A roll call, please.
Director Klopek,
Present.
Director Fuchtman is here. Director Harding is Director Heinrichs, Director Kemp, Director Langemeyer, Director Mogul,
Here.
Director Olson, Director Rusher, Director Traster, Director Williams.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Would you stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. In accordance with state law, the Opens Meeting Act is posted at the main entrance of the boardroom, and copies of the current meeting agenda are available in the main entrance vestibule. Welcome to the April 2025 meeting of the Nebraska Public Power Board of Directors. I'm Jerry Klopek, and I'm serving as chair for 2025. I hope all of you enjoyed the month of March off, and now it's back to work. The board met yesterday afternoon, and I would like to state for the record that as part of the session, we approved NPPD's 2024 annual financial report and accepted the results of the annual external audit presented by PricewaterhouseCoopers. Since that approval was done outside of live streaming, if anyone from the public has any questions about the NPPD's 2024 annual report, please contact your board member or a member of the NPPD management. The report will be available to the public on the nppd.com in the very near future. The board would also like to commend management and staff involved with the annual report and congratulate the NPPD team on another clean audit. A few announcements and requests before we start today's meeting. This is a regular board meeting, and we will follow the agenda that was made available to the public. Individuals are not required to identify themselves as a condition of admission to the meetings. Please silence your cell phone. Because we are video streaming, I would please ask anyone addressing the board or making a comment to proceed to the podium, use the microphone. For those of us with microphones at our seats, before making a comment or asking any questions, please make sure your microphone is on, identify yourself, and speak clearly into your microphone. Public comments will be heard today at approximately 10:30 a.m. There are copies of NPPD's rules for public participation on the table in the main entrance vestibule. If you have a presentation for the screen or copies to be handed out during the public comments, please coordinate this with the Assistant Board Secretary before 10:30 a.m. if you haven't already done so. I'll now turn the meeting over to President and CEO Tom Kent for a facilities briefing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our April 2025 board meeting. I hope spring is here. March wanted to make sure it had a middle of the month lion event that impacted all of us. We'll talk more about that as we go through the meeting today, but hopefully we're past the winter weather and now looking forward to spring weather and planting season in front of us. We did have a very busy month last month, even though there wasn't a board meeting. I'll cover some of that as we go through the President's report later this morning. And for everyone that was impacted by the blizzard and our customers that were impacted by the blizzard, I as a member of this organization, as a lifelong resident of the state of Nebraska, I am so proud of how public power comes together to help each other out, get lights on for ourselves and our neighbors. And it's a team effort. And I know this was a pretty impactful blizzard, especially for a lot of our customers and our neighbors to the east of us at OPPD and LES. And it made me very proud to see public power respond the way it did to get the lights back on. So thank you for all of you that were involved and all of you that lost power. Thank you for your patience because we got a lot of patient neighbors in Nebraska and understand when the chips are down that we're all pulling together. So. A few safety items before we get into the agenda today. We're in NPPD's boardroom on the ground level of our facility here in Columbus, Nebraska. The facility is a secured facility, so unless you have proper badging or an escort, your access is limited to the first floor area and the area around the boardroom. We do have restrooms accessible in the main hallway. If there is a fire, please egress through the nearest exit. That's likely either out the main lobby door or the emergency exit in the southeast corner of the building. The nearest fire extinguisher to the boardroom is located in the side hallway to the north across from the kitchen. If we encounter inclement weather that would prompt us to take shelter, we'd proceed to the data center, which is at the north end of the building on this floor. We will have district staff posted to help make sure that we get there safely. If you have a medical condition or in need of medical assistance, please seek out a member of staff and we'll see that you're attended to immediately. There is an automated external defibrillator located in the main hallway hanging on the wall across from the elevators. If we experience a security breach or event, we advise everyone in this room to look after yourself first and take any actions necessary for your own safety. You may choose to flee the building, or if you can get to a restroom, those doors do have locks on them. Any questions regarding the safety review? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have the introduction of guest and Darren Bloomquist.
Hello, I am indeed Darren Bloomquist from Nebraska Electric G&T. Glad to be here. Glad to see everybody. Good to see your faces again. I have the usual suspects with me today. John Dockhorn from Burke County and Chet McCorder for Cumming County. So thanks and have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Darren, should we continue to refer to them as the usual suspects? Okay. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Go to strategic business matters, and I'll turn that over to Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First on the agenda today for strategic business matters is an annual review of our strategic directive performance for safety, which is board policy strategic directive 2. And we have Jenny Schuler and Brad Palou here to provide that annual update.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Schuler, and I was asked to give a brief introduction this morning of myself as I've been recently placed in the role of NPPD's Director of Corporate Safety and Health. Over my career at NPPD, I've had the pleasure of working with several different areas that have provided me a great insight to our employees' challenges when it comes to safety and health. Of these included are our occupational wellness, health, ergonomics, FMLA, work comp, as well as our organizational development team. Throughout those opportunities, I've had the opportunity to look through a lens of both what our employees face as challenges, but also see a great level of opportunities that are in front of us to continue to create that environment for positive change for our employees' safety and health. So the work isn't just about compliance or checking boxes. It's about creating the environment where our people feel cared for, supported and empowered. It's about recognizing that when we invest in our employees' safety and health, we are investing in the long-term strength and success of NPPD. So today, as we do every year, we are here to bring to the board the strategic directive for safety. This directive reflects our organizational values and unwavering commitment to safety at every level of NPPD. It outlines our strategic focus, guides our decisions, and ensures that safety remains a core part of how we operate. So now I will turn it over to Brad Palou, our safety manager, who will present both the safety strategic directive and insights on our safety performance across the organization.
Thanks, Jenny. Good morning, directors. My name is Brad Palou, Corporate Safety Manager. I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you already, so if I haven't yet, I'll get the chance to do that. All right. So going into the directive here, I want to start with our overreaching policy. This is our management's commitment to safety. And basically this document is one that just outlines our overall ethos for the district. We recognize that safe operations and efficient operations are mutually supportive. We're committed to creating a safe working environment with the intent of preventing or eliminating all job-related accidents, injuries, and illnesses. And we commit to operating our business in a manner that promotes conservative decision-making and reinforces high standards for quality, productivity, and accountability. With that, we will strive to conduct all aspects of business in a safe and responsible manner manner that complies with applicable safety and health regulations. All right. So in our directive, the way we measure these results are based on 3 indicators. We have a days away restricted time rate, recordable incident rate, a preventable vehicle accident rate, and we measure those throughout time to see how we're trending and performing in the name of continuous improvement. So what you see here is a chart of our 10-year OSHA incident rate. You can see we've had some ups and downs in recent years. We are trending downward, which is positive. Our goal is obviously to reach 0. That's what we are striving to achieve every day. So just a quick tutorial on this. This is a rate number that's calculated by how many incidents occur per 100 employees per year. Again, this is our preventable vehicle accident rate. Again, we have some ups and downs, but in recent years, we've been trending downward, especially in 23 and 24. So we're on the right path for that. Anytime we have a preventable vehicle accident, we take that seriously and we investigate it just like we do with any injuries as well. All right, and recently, last year, we began with really combing out a unified safety message for our district. And this is what it is. We have a collective mindset that all injuries are preventable. So that is the story we've been telling and will continue to tell, is that we have to get into that mindset of each day we take the time to make sure that we can do everything we can to make sure we are preventing any injuries to ourselves or others. Okay, this is a recap of last year's safety accomplishments. So this is a high level. Continue to enhance and involve with safety rewards and recognition programs. So that's a program we've set up for a few years now. Gives everybody a chance to become engaged with their daily safety actions and track them. We took on an 8-week safety campaign towards Q3 and Q4 of last year. Really had some good involvement from upper leadership and executive levels that had discussions with our work groups. We got some good feedback out of that and took actions. We implemented a virtual safety suggestion box and a safety dashboard. We expanded our membership within the Safe Committee and Safety Governance Council as well. So we're getting a more diverse look at our workforce and really getting that input from our other teammates. We developed and implemented a formal fall protection program. And we created a new method with our corporate communications team for a weekly safety snapshot roll-up. So if you're on the email list, you see that every week. It's a good way to get some insights from different work groups and see what's happening within those areas. All right, so for the look ahead, not so much look ahead since we're in April already, but this year we're working on our safety communication plan. And that's an ever-living document that kind of outlines what we're doing for the year, how we're going to communicate those items out to the workforce. We're enhancing our red memo process for critical communications. And we're working on training improvements for hearing fit testing, crane training, and ergonomics as well. We're also working on improvements within our comprehensive programs like lead, asbestos, silica, things like that. And then we're doing a revision of our new employee safety orientation. So we're taking an opportunity to make sure that when we onboard somebody day one, that they understand the culture at NPPD is safety first. There's nothing too important to put you in harm's way, and we want to instill that on day one. All right, and just to kind of round out our awards for last year, we were awarded 3 awards for our performance in 2024 through the National Safety Council, our Nebraska chapter, which we're a member of. We were awarded a Nebraska Safest Company with distinction. And then this year, they also did a Workplace Driving Safety Award. So that was an inaugural year for them when we were awarded that as well. And then being a member of American Public Power Association, APPA, we were awarded the Excellent Diamond status for safety awards too. So we had an opportunity last week to attend that conference in Sacramento. And in that picture is myself and Dylan Hansen's in the middle. He's one of our senior substation techs out of our Lincoln office. And he's a member of our SAFE committee too. So we were able to get him to go along and accept that award on behalf. A lot of great things happening for us in the safety world. We'll continue to strive forward and make sure we can get to 0. Any questions?
Thank you, Brad. I want to say just a couple comments, I want to thank the Safety Governance Council, the SAFE Committee for the efforts that you've led this year for the organization. And Jen, for your engagement in taking on these new duties. You talked about the big thing is the mindset change and the mindset shift, and that's been a major focus of the past year, and it'll continue to be a major focus going forward. To me, it's the key of the next step of becoming an interdependent organization as we measure ourselves against the best of the best. And we continue to make positive progress. I think we're going after the right things, and certainly another good example of things that happened last year that you mentioned was the actual listening and engagement that we did focused on safety improvement. And it's not a one and done. I know that, and I know you all know that. So that's something we'll continue to do. It's a never ending strive to continue to be better. As the board knows, and you all know from our updates on system status and performance, we have had 3 days this year that haven't been safe days for us. So it's an opportunity for us to continue to focus and reduce that number to 0. And thank you for your leadership there. Mr. Chair, we have, I think what's going to be a pretty interesting update. I'll turn it over to Robin to introduce the group, but there's a lot going on in the industry around artificial intelligence and how it might impact us. And I'll hand it off to Robin to set the stage.
Very good. Thank you, Tom. Good morning. Robin Tweedy, Vice President of Enterprise Technology and Chief Information Officer. I was here a couple of months ago just giving you a high-level drive-by of artificial intelligence, and these gentlemen behind me will give you all of the answers that you have. I'm just going to kick it off and give you more from a strategic view of what we're looking at and who we're partnering with. So historically, we've had EPRI, so the Electric Power Research Institute, come forward and actually talk about the different things that we've done inside of research and development. One of the things that they are stepping up very awesome with is they are putting together an artificial intelligence consortium. What they're doing is as they start looking at from a generation and transmission perspective, how do we figure out how to build artificial intelligence into the plant? How do we build artificial intelligence into whether it's sensors on lines, whatever those pieces may be? How do we help the industry in that space? So EPRI's come forward and said, okay, to do this, we need some help in this space. We need to bring together some industry experts to help us with this. So they've kind of got a multi-different groups that are coming together. So EPRI, being the research and development group to figure it out, they're bringing in big tech vendors. So they're bringing Microsoft to the table, Oracle to the table, Google to the table. They're bringing, we're introducing them to SAP to hopefully get SAP at the table. So they're bringing some of the big tech players to come with them as they're creating this research and development. How do we use the tools that we all use on a daily basis? How do we incorporate that in? And then the third leg of that is the utilities. How do we bring utilities together? Because whatever they come up with, somebody's got to test it. We got to look at the data with those pieces of it. So there's 3 main things they're looking at. One is, what are the use cases out there that we can go after inside of generation and transmission? That is their core focus, is inside of those processes, inside of the plants and the lines and the wires. What are those things that we can go after, and how do we skinny the scope to what are those things we want to go after? Think about, and these are my words, not theirs, think about vegetation management. Think about maybe ice flow on to be able to use the water for the power plants. Where can we utilize artificial intelligence to do this? So one, what are those use cases? What's the data necessary to build out those models, to build out that artificial intelligence? And then we also need a sandbox. Where are we putting this stuff and actually trying to do this? That's where those big tech vendors come in. How do we do this? And then from a utility perspective, one, we got to test it to see, does it work, does it not work? But then also the data that's necessary to feed that. All artificial intelligence is data hungry. It wants all the data and it wants to keep growing on that. So this is part of a consortium that we're joining, and we will be kicking this off the first part of May to really be engaged in how do we, from a utility perspective, grow out artificial intelligence to help us from a resiliency perspective, reliability, sustainability, and affordability. How do we do that in helping grow the entity? So that is a strategic effort that we are embarking on. And there'll be several within the district that'll be participating at different levels inside of this. And we hope to bring forward different updates on what we're doing in that space as we get our feet under us and start looking at even what are the use cases that we're looking at. And then for all of my friends back in the back tables from a generation and transmission and distribution perspective, we'll be looking at how do we incorporate some of NPPD's expertise into that. So that's just from a high level, from an AI perspective. We want to be very thoughtful in what we do because security, our data is a very, very valuable commodity, which is it grows those models. So how do we protect that? But then how do we also innovate and make sure we're doing this together? So with that, that's just from a strategic view that I wanted to share. Now I will turn it over to Wyatt and Corey to tell you specifically from an NPPD perspective, how are we approaching this slow, steady, but also from an innovation perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Good morning, everyone. I'm Wyatt Leahy. I'm the Director of Information Technology and Cybersecurity within our Enterprise Technology Department. Presenting with me is Corey Hansen. He is our Director of Business Transformation within our Strategy and Transformation team. We're going to be giving you a brief, high-level overview of what we're doing with AI here at NPPD. So where are we? How are we getting our hands? I didn't touch it. I don't know what it's doing. Either way, how are we getting our arms around this massive topic, right? Artificial intelligence, massive topic, changes every day. So how are we getting our arms around it? Well, last fall, we established an artificial intelligence governance committee chaired by Robin Tweedy and Conrad Saltzgaber with members that are a cross-section of NPPD. We have representatives from operations, engineering, cybersecurity, transformation, legal, finance, I mean, you name it, we have a representative in there. And with our goal to provide some overall governance and process around how we enable the safe and deliberate use of artificial intelligence at NPPD. Something we figured out right off the bat was that we needed to kind of focus a little bit. So we established 2 subcommittees, one focused on process. So for all the different ways we might see artificial intelligence, how do we ensure that we're using it in a safe and deliberate manner? And then another subcommittee focused on how are we then communicating those processes and training our teammates and educating them on the risks and the benefits and the costs of artificial intelligence. So everything we do, right, is all about the vision and mission of NPPD. Artificial intelligence is no different, right? We are going to use artificial intelligence to solve problems. We're going to use it to find efficiencies, work more safely, and improve our cybersecurity and whatnot. You name it, we are going to end up using AI in one form or another to support the vision and mission of NPPD. The gist is, the bottom line, AI is really just a new tool in our toolbox that we can use. And like any new tool that we have, it has to be understood and we have to use it in a safe and deliberate manner. And that's really the goal of our governance committee. When we first set out, we were trying to figure out how to get our arms wrapped around AI, and we were looking at the types of AI that are out there. Well, there's a lot of different types of AI, and it gets really technical really fast. So instead, we decided to focus on where will we see AI at NPPD? And we kind of boiled that down to 3 main places where we'll see AI. One is generative AI. Most of you have probably heard or seen of generative AI. It's Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, ChatGPT. This is the type of AI where you can ask it to create an outline to give a board of directors a presentation about AI, right? And it'll spit out a recommendation on how you can do that or some text on that. It can generate images. It can generate videos. That's generative AI, one bucket. Another bucket we're focusing on is what we're calling embedded AI, but this is artificial intelligence that's built into applications that we either already have, so enhancements to existing applications, or artificial intelligence that exists in new applications. And the final one is BYOAI, which is a mouthful, so build your own AI. This is around if NPPD were to choose to build our own AI, build our own model, build our own application to do some fancy wizardry with AI. We need a process to do that, to support that, to enable that if it comes around. And I could spend all day on this slide. It really pulls at my heart. It's right. How do we stay safe? How do we stay cyber safe with artificial intelligence? It's all about the data. And we have data everywhere. So if you look at the picture on the left there of the messy room, that's data. It's everywhere. We can throw AI at that. It'll consume it all, and it will find exactly what we're looking for, and it will give us an answer on whatever we're asking about. But we don't want it to do that. We don't necessarily want all of our data to just be in some sort of AI model. So we have to control it, and we control it via security, via access rights would be that picture on the far right. How do we get there? Well, we have a series of questions really that we walk through, right? So what data is being used? So our data has varying levels of sensitivity to NPPD. So we need to identify the data that we want to use in AI and classify it according to sensitivity. Think public, confidential, restricted, or unclassified, secret, top secret in the military, right? We need to classify it so we know that this can go into an AI, this cannot. Once it's classified, then we can build those access rights, the security around that data to control which AI can use it and which AI cannot. And there's a lot of factors that go into all that. So our data is classified, our data has some security policies around it, or security controls around it. Now we can build policies to control where it goes. It's called data loss prevention. It's something we can say, this particular type of data with this sensitivity can only go here, but it cannot go there. Gives us some control over that AI, so we're not just unleashing AI upon all NPPD data. It's only utilizing the data it is meant to utilize. And then what happens to it? So right, we send our data out to a vendor that's using AI. We need to understand what's happening to that data there. So we find and identify a data set that we want to put into an AI solution. We send it out there. Well, is our data segmented from all that vendor's other customers? Is it combined? Is it shared with a public AI model, right? Do we care? You know, it depends. It depends on the sensitivity around that data and its importance to NPPD. And we protect that through contractual guardrails is kind of the term we're putting on that in terms of requiring certain vendors utilizing certain data with certain AI models to utilize it in a certain way, whether that's segmented or combined. It just depends on the solution we're trying to solve. And finally, what data is coming back out? Ultimately, with artificial intelligence, regardless of what it is, it's helping us make better decisions, one way or another. And based on what that decision is, we have to have what we're calling human guardrails in place to validate that the data is correct, it's free from bias, and it's not pointing us in the wrong direction, if you will. AI is not perfect. It's far from perfect now. And so we need to ensure that we are properly communicating and training with our employees on how to validate what AI is telling them and not taking it at face value. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Corey. He's going to give you some actual examples of what we're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wyatt. Like Wyatt said, my name is Corey Hansen. I'm the Director of Business Transformation here at NPPD. I help lead the continuous improvement and innovation teams. So I appreciate Wyatt talking through what does AI look like, what are we doing, where are we going? So I'm going to talk about the process and the education. And those three things that he talked about first, those are key when we're looking at what we're trying to do with AI and how we use it as a district. Because as we look at these processes and these policies and procedures, we have to make sure that we're maximizing the efficiency of AI, but we're also minimizing the risk. So in order to minimize that risk, we've got to have policies and procedures in place. That's where the AI Governance Committee and the subcommittees come in. We'll talk about those here in a second. But the whole goal of putting together these processes and procedures is not to make these so difficult that they're a deterrent to using AI solutions. We want to make sure that we make these processes and procedures simple enough and fold them into already available processes that we have. We have smart teammates that have already developed frameworks and decision-making prioritization frameworks that help us with our already existing technology requests. We want to make sure, how do we take and ask AI-specific questions so we can fold AI requests into already existing processes and not make this more difficult than it needs to be. We're going to have required training and education. We'll get to that a little bit more on the next slide. But anybody that wants to use AI or request an AI solution is going to be required to have a certain level of training and education so that we do understand the risks that come along with that solution. Wyatt highlighted a lot of them on the last slide, but we got to make sure that we understand the power of AI, what it can do for us when it operates the way we want, but also what it can do if it doesn't operate the way that we want. And then like our currently existing technology request, there's got to be a business case. What do we solve? And why is the solution that you're bringing forward with AI, why does it make the most sense? We really want to make sure that we stay away from doing AI for the sake of doing AI. There's a lot of people that are implementing AI because it's a fancy new technology and that's what we want to do. It may not make sense. Sometimes it's more expensive than a process improvement or a different type of technology. We want to make sure that we're maximizing what AI can do for us and we're not just doing it to say that we do it. And then so we look to the AI testing and implementation process. Robin mentioned that we're collaborating with a lot of folks. One of those is the Energy Authority and a lot of the other public power utilities across the nation as they're all looking at figuring out how do they fold AI into what they're doing. We really like the 4 Ps process here of play, prototype, pilot, and production. As you're going through that, it allows a deliberate, conservative approach. It has built-in feasibility and viability reviews. It gives us a way to be deliberate and conservative in the way that we fund it. We don't want to throw a bunch of money at something that may not give us the return on investment that we're really looking for. So this gives us these gateways that we can stop at each one of these things. After we play, do we want to move on to the next one? Do we want to go from prototype to pilot? What did we learn from the pilot that we should then take before we put it into production? So again, we're maximizing the efficiency and minimizing the risk. Education. Wyatt mentioned it, Robin mentioned it. We've got to educate teammates on AI. So what we're looking at a tiered approach. We've got users, which is all of NPPD, similar to what we do with cybersecurity. Everybody has an annual training. Hey, here's what you need to know about cybersecurity. Here's some of the things that are happening. Here's some of the trends. Here's what to look out for. Here's how you use it. Here's how it keeps you safe. Very similar on AI. We want to make sure that there is a baseline understanding of what AI is, what it's not, what you can do with it, what you can't do with it, and how do we stay safe. All right. There's also going to be an acceptable use policy. That's about a page or so of, hey, here's the do's and don'ts. And for a lot of our teammates, that's all they're going to need. The annual refresher training and the do this, don't do that. That may be all the interaction they have with AI. If you want to go that next level up and you want to introduce an AI solution, then you get into the adopters. You're going to be a little bit deeper training. Hey, what does the system architecture look like? Where are we storing our data? Who are we sharing this with? And then finally, the highest level will be the gatekeepers of those folks who are ultimately going to bear the responsibility for the outcomes of what we're using AI for. So we want to make sure they have a very, very deep understanding of what's going on with AI and what's going on with our data. And then we're going to develop an internal SharePoint. The internal SharePoint will be the hub, if you will, for all things AI at NPPD. It'll be the starting point for somebody that wants to use an AI solution. It'll also serve as a place that, hey, I'm curious about AI. Where can I go learn a little bit more? Maybe we'll have some case studies. Maybe we'll have some videos of, I just want to know what is AI, and then start them on their journey of discovery. But it'll be all information that we've approved, that we know that it is true. And so everyone has a good baseline education of what AI is. As Wyatt mentioned, our in progress work, we've got an AI governance committee stood up. He also mentioned it's a cross-functional group of folks. We want to make sure that we've got those perspectives from all facets of the district, because AI has such a wide breadth of potential uses that we want to make sure that we've got perspective from anybody that could potentially bring forward a solution. We don't want to have somebody bring forward a solution, but, oh man, we didn't think about that. So how do we make sure we have everybody at the table? So we have all those perspectives, and we can ensure that we have an encompassing policy to make sure that anybody that thinks they may want to bring forward an AI solution can, and that we've thought about them as we were deliberate in building this out. And then as Wyatt mentioned, we've got 2 subcommittees, policy and procedure, and then training and education. You can see kind of what they're working on there. I won't go into it too much here, but we'll move forward to Wyatt also mentioned AI is not, it's not that AI is coming. AI is here. All right, AI has been here for a while, but here at NPPD, we've already got pilots and projects that are in flight. So we need to make sure that we put these guardrails in place so we can ensure that we know what's going on. We have a solid understanding of what's happening. I want to take it a real high level, talk through a few of our current pilots. The big one that we're talking about is our drone program over in transmission and distribution, we're using drones we've got several teammates that have got their pilot's license. They'll go up and they'll fly the drones along the lines and around our structures to take pictures. This helps with our inspection. One of the big things is it's a huge safety thing. So we don't have to put teammates up and down in bucket trucks. We don't have to have them moving from line to line to line to do that. We can fly a drone. And so that drone will take approximately 20,000 pictures as it's flying across the line mile. So then what do we have to do with those 20,000 pictures? Are we going to hand it to somebody and say, hey, I need you to look through all 20,000 of these pictures and tell me what's wrong? They'll probably be good for the first 100 or so, and then they'll fatigue and they'll start to miss things. It's just not possible to look at everything. But what we can do is we can take those 20,000 images and feed them into an AI model that's trained with our data and trained with other utilities pictures of, hey, this is what right looks like. So then it can feed through and it'll say, we'll take those 20,000 and maybe go down to about 100, and it'll produce a picture like you're seeing there with the red box that said, we don't need to look at all 20,000 pictures, but go look at these ones. There might be something going on here. And not only will it say there might be something going on here, it'll tell you, this is what I think is going on here. To the point that it'll say, I think this particular nut is about 1/4 of an inch higher than it needs to be. It gets down to the granular level. What AI can do is incredibly powerful. Robin mentioned vegetation management models. So on those same drones, you can have a technology, it's called LiDAR, light detection and ranging, and it'll take a picture as you're flying along the same drones, and you can turn that on and it will be able to do some measurements and then provide a color coding. So, red, yellow, green. Red being vegetation that's closer to the lines and structures than we want it to be, and that's something that we need to go take care of right away. Yellow, hey, let's keep an eye on it and make sure this might be something we need to address next year. Green, probably don't need to worry about it right now. So not only are we optimizing AI, we're also optimizing the funds and the allocations that we spend on vegetation management each year. We're also looking at smart sensors. Smart sensors, we'll put those out at different areas to monitor all of our data and our equipment. So a lot of our equipment puts out tons of data. It's just not possible to manually watch all that data. You're looking for a needle in a haystack if there is an exception or something that's putting out a different number than what you'd expect. So you can put all that data into a model, train it to say, hey, here's what I want you to look for. And it'll send up a flag and say, okay, go look at this. So it'll bring the needles out for us. We're not searching for the needles in the haystack anymore. It'll point us and something's up here. Go check out this structure. You need to go to this substation because the transformer's doing something a little weird. And so we can start listening to the equipment and have the equipment tell us, hey, I need to have some attention, as opposed to either waiting for something to happen or doing it at our regular scheduled intervals. It should hopefully help us avoid potential accidents. And then the other thing, we've got emission optimization out at Gerald Gentleman Station. They've got a pilot going on right now that's giving them actionable intelligence to how do we adjust what we've got going on within the stacks so that we can optimize the emissions that are going out. Down in Cooper, we've got one called Nuclearn. It is going and taking all of our data from our corrective action program, and it's trending it for us. It's putting together, hey, here's all the data of all the things that have happened over the past few years. Here's some trends that maybe we wouldn't see if we're just going through it and focusing on what we're seeing right now. Maybe there's something that happened right now that also happened 10 years ago, and it happened 10 years before that, and 10 years before that. So this is a specific thing that we wouldn't see if we were just looking at our current data. This will send AI, will go in, comb through the data and say, hey, here's a few things that you probably need to look at. And then cybersecurity, Wyatt, I'll have you talk through cybersecurity. You're better than me.
Sure. I mean, how much time we have left? I could spend all day on this, but cybersecurity. So my team collects across NPPD right now about 1.5 billion with a B little snippets of data every single day. And attackers and the threats that we face are all within those little snippets of data. So, I mean, would I rather have a human sifting through a 1.5 billion in little snippets of data, or utilize some sort of artificial intelligence? And I'm going with AI any day. It's in some of our tools today at a certain level, and others are paid that you have to move up to. But absolutely something we are looking at on the cyber side.
All right, thank you. And so where are we going? Right now, we're developing a framework for the exploration and the implementation of AI. From there, we're going to go ahead and try to understand what are the problems and the goals that we're trying to get after. Again, we want to make sure that we're not using AI just to use AI. We need to understand what are we going after, what are our problems, and what data do we have that will help us solve it. That's the big thing about AI. We have data, we have problems. Bring those together on an AI solution, and that's how the magic works. So then we take it, we figure out of all the things, all the data and all the problems that we've, or challenges that we've brought forward, what makes the most sense? We prioritize it and then we deploy AI with an eye towards where's the biggest return on investment? What's the biggest bang for our buck? That's what we're going to do. And then finally, we're going to solve real problems. We're going to use AI to move us forward. We're not going to use AI just to use AI. What questions do you have? You're going to help with this too. All right.
We can use AI to generate a few questions. No, this
might have helped with this presentation.
yeah. So we spent a lot of time talking about load growth, right? And that's the other side of the AI equation for the utility industry in this nation and across the globe. These models use lots of data, and the way they approach the process and the kind of processing that happens uses a lot of energy. And so that's a major part of the load growth we're seeing across the nation and across the globe today is how does this happen? And it's going to require a lot of energy, and the electric utility industry is got to engage in getting that done. And that's the challenge you hear. And you hear this is not something the United States can finish second with in terms of understanding these models and being a leader in AI development. So that's been a big drive, both with the current administration, the previous administration, and across the industry. Robin talked about the EPRI relationship and how EPRI's using years and years of data and research that they've developed for industry and developing this consortium to allow AI to access it, so it makes it easier for us to learn and get information out of decades of data. And EPRI's role in helping the industry solve some of the problems and challenges. There's another initiative that they're doing that's on the other side. How do we leverage the flexibility of these kinds of technologies to operate the system differently, to get these big data centers served faster? Today, I wanted to just make sure you had an idea and appreciation for AI as a tool, and how we will be using AI to manage it in a way that is thoughtful and intentional and not the Wild West, but still get good value out of it. And we've got a great team working on it, as you can see.
I just want to add my appreciation for your comment of just because it's there, maybe we don't need to use it. I think we see a lot of that, who can use it first, and maybe we don't need it. So I appreciate that thought process. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, speaking of a dynamic environment, Jen Butler-Pallou will give us an update on kind of the status of some of the federal and grant funding things that we've been working on. So.
Thank you. So Jennifer Butler-Pallou, I'm the Grants Management and Compliance Administrator here, and I am going to provide you with an update as of a few days ago anyhow. Things may have changed since then, so just want to make sure that I do highlight that, and likely things will change tomorrow as well. So our agenda for today, we'll talk about the initial executive actions and some policy review, status of 45U, zero emissions nuclear facility production tax credit, funding program applications that we have, and then other programs throughout the state that we've been watching. I'll highlight on a few of the initial executive actions and policies, knowing that there were a few that have been released since these came out as well, including a couple this week. Unleashing American Energy, that executive order paused award fund disbursements through IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, and IIJA, Investment Infrastructure Jobs Act, for federal review. This process is a 90-day process, so we are hoping to learn a little bit more about that, what that looks like in the next few weeks. This was to align with the new administration priorities. Drive deregulation, the impact that we saw the most is it eliminated the climate environmental justice initiatives that we saw within the community benefit plans that we needed to incorporate with our applications. It also directed federal agencies to review existing regulations and permitting processes. President Trump also declared a national energy emergency, and we'll see that throughout the various policies that are coming out. And then one that was released here recently as well, the Achieving Efficiency Through State and Local Preparedness. That's to empower the state's localities to effectively prepare for incidents. A couple that they called out were cyber attacks and weather events. So what does this mean for NPPD in our application? So as Tom had mentioned, it is fluid. It's constantly evolving. What we knew yesterday may change today and it may change again tomorrow. So we've been working with our consultants and some peers to determine what impacts we might and how we might think about those impacts. So looking at programs from the perspective of what projects or technologies are more or less favored with the new administration for full program removal. Programs that recently had submission dates, they may be rescoped and reposted. We saw that already. Delays in award notifications, agreement processing, fund disbursements as they're being reviewed. And then for those entities, including us, that have been awarded programs maybe that aren't in full alignment with the new administration priorities, there may be increased is the review process, hoping to be completed by the May timeframe, allowing for all of that to go through. And then budget reconciliation, possibly done in the fall timeframe. I'm going to actually stop there. Oh, and I go back. I might need some help getting back to that other slide. Any questions before I move on to 45U? Okay. 45U, Zero Emissions Nuclear Facility Production Tax Credit. We have been engaging with a consultant to help support our definition or calculation of gross receipts to really provide us with that defendable position for how we plan to submit our direct pay opportunity. The IRS Treasury has not provided final guidance on that particular piece. While we've been engaged with them, we've also been working with those consultants to review our prevailing wage documentation. And then also they'll help support any type of tax form completion and submission that we may need. And as of this timeframe, we are considering our submission date for May 15th. That's what we're trudging along for that 2024 direct pay opportunity. We will also be utilizing regulatory accounting for any funds that we may receive, and that will help offset any generation project costs. Funding application status. Not much happening in the awarded section, but really want to bring your attention to the application submitted section. There's a lot of highlights there. A lot has changed over our past couple of months. So I'll start with the first one, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, or the BRIC program through FEMA. Fiscal year 23, we had a project submitted. Last week, FEMA indicated they are ending the BRIC program. So we likely will not see an award for that program. The Generation 3 Small Modular Reactor program that we submitted a Tier 2 topic area application for, that was revised and rescoped and reposted on the FedConnect site. So we are resubmitting our application for that in alignment. That due date is April 23rd. Energy improvement in rural remote areas, and then our carbon capture demonstration program. Those concept papers were submitted to the Office of Clean Energy Demonstration. There was an update that happened a few weeks ago, and they have since been removed. We're unsure what this means, but we are going to continue to watch and see if there's any revisions and reposting or any information that comes out about those programs. So other Nebraska grant programs that we're watching, the Environmental Protection Agency, Nebraska has a few programs there. The Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy has their One Red program, and the Center for Rural Affairs has their Solar for All program. Those programs are still being reviewed by EPA, and so still waiting to see what comes about. NDE is working on their program creation internally, and so when they get the go-ahead from EPA, they'll begin rolling that out. And then Center for Rural Affairs has requested project interest from any potential entities who may be interested in that program. USDA, for their New Era, PACE, and REAP programs, they have provided a 30-day window for recipients to update their programs or projects for alignment with administration priorities. This is optional, but something that they have provided. And just as information is released, it's very fluid. We will keep the board updated as new information does come out. But before I get to questions, if there are any, I do just want to say this all has taken a village, and I want to provide the kudos to all the teammates who have helped support the efforts for our applications and our tax credit submission. So with that, any questions? Thank you all. You have a great day.
Thank you. So the last three items are all related, so I'm going to turn it over to John Swanson to kind of lead the discussion. This is our annual update on Strategic Directive 11 for the board, which is research and development, and then we have some more detail behind it. So to you, John.
Thank you, Tom. There they are. Good morning, everyone. John Swanson, Director, Generation Strategies and Research, here today to talk about Strategic 11, SD 11, Research and Development. And it's basically a statement that says we play. We want to be involved. We want to know what's on the cutting edge. We look for technologies, and that's in all arenas of generation, pollution control, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, all kinds of fun arenas. So what do we do in those areas? Three primary areas that we can talk about. First one is with the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, with the Nebraska Center for Energy Sciences and Research, the NCESR, as I turn it backwards, turn it forwards. There we go. We're on cycle 20 this year, and which is amazing because that represents then 2 decades of this program and working with the university. And with me today, behind me, is Alan Dostal. And Alan is going to be talking a little bit about the history of that relationship and what's happened over the last 20 years. And then on this side is Dr. George Gogos and a couple of his students. And they're going to be visiting after Alan and some of the stuff that goes on with the State of the Center address, which is an annual address basically that George provides to the board. The next thing is with the work we do with EPRI. It's a full membership with EPRI, ties in nuclear, ties in transmission, ties in generation. We play in the low carbon resource initiatives, the LCRI, some of those other things that you see on the list, including the reciprocating internal combustion engines, the RICE, such as the Wärtsiläs, linear generators, carbon capture, gas turbines, et cetera, and so forth. The third bullet then is basically my group, our guys, my guys, where we talk about working with different universities, engineering firms, national labs, et cetera, and so forth. The big one there is the EERC, our good friends up in Grand Forks, North Dakota. The DOE that Jennifer just mentioned and all the feed study work and the potential funding we have working on with those folks. State of Nebraska, various industry groups, and I've got a list of those various industry groups here in a second. So the first piece of this then is dealing with the Domestic Energy Research and Application Initiative, again started in 2005. The history book behind me will be telling you all about that. It got started by Director Darrell Nelson back in 2005-ish timeframe. It's a relationship that we have with the university. It's a contract for $1.5 million a year. It's a 5-year contract. And in addition to that contract, we also have, you've heard me mention before, Dostal dollars. This is the Alan Dostal, whereby we have some discretionary funds there for things that we can go after, if you will. And it is an interesting time because there's always something that you're not expecting that shows up. And that $500,000 is kind of that money that we use to participate in things that we maybe didn't know about at the start of the year. My group then, specifically into the Generation Strategies and Research Group, 39 plus NDAs signed over the last couple of years, and that includes 17 in the last 2. I mentioned that only because I said on the front side that we're talking about cutting edge and being involved with the things on the front end of what people are thinking and looking for the future. That's a little bit of a representation of how that works. The front end engineering and design work, the feed study then, we completed that in the last couple of months. That was the chilled ammonia study done with Baker Hughes for carbon capture on Gentleman Station Unit 2. We deal all the time in things in terms of ethanol. That can include the sustainable aviation fuel, methanol, renewable diesel, all kinds of fun stuff there, and of course, hydrogen. Linear generators are an interesting little beast. They don't spin, they oscillate back and forth. So we took a look at those and fueling those then with renewable fuels in terms of a new potential generation source that is close to emission-free, but not quite. Small modular reactors, this is not the DOE work. This is the state-funded work that we're doing in terms of siting studies and looking for potential places where we could put an SMR in the state of Nebraska. You've seen phase 1 of that report. And then another area is long-term or long-duration energy storage. This is the non-lithium world, and where we're looking for like thermal energy storage for greater than 10 hours duration moving forward. Monolith, of course, before the announcement, we just completed a study. Mr. Spencer and his ever-patient world worked with those good folks for the last several months in terms of using waste heat off the Monolith facility to produce electricity with a generating unit that would have been located perhaps at Sheldon Station. We just completed that. Hydrogen, of course, moving forward with, we know today that we could blend with natural gas up to 30% at our Beatrice Power Station with some control modifications there. So looking at what it looks to decarbonize some of our existing fuels and resources. Carbon, anything carbon, whether it's sequestration, terrestrial, carbon credits, biochars, et cetera, and so forth. Carbon is the commodity, like we've talked about, that is a potential threat in our future, and we want to know how to best deal with that. Alternate fuels then, whether it's methanol, ammonia, dimethyl ether, renewable diesel, we deal with these things. We have dealt with them. Renewable natural gas, that was an interesting one that showed up late last year with a Nebraska firm that came to us. And we introduced them to the EERC in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Everything was going great. We're going to be testing out some things in terms of their technologies. And then they disappeared. And I think they disappeared in success as opposed to disappearing in failure is what it amounts to. So the last bullet there then, gasification, pyrolysis, torrefaction, et cetera, and so forth. Those are all just different words, different methods of converting some type of matter into some other types of energy or gases or materials based on a temperature or pressure or a time frame to move things through a different chemical change. I mentioned that we have contacts with various working groups. This is an abbreviated list, kind of just the big ones, if you will. The P-Core, the PCOC on the left-hand column. Those are the folks that we work at with the EERC that kind of got us all started in how we view the carbon capture world at our power plants. Let's see, Kirk, mentioned them real quick, the Carbon Utilization Research Council. Mr. Roman Estrada and I were at the annual or semi-annual meeting just this week up in Washington. And I can echo what Jennifer and a lot of other folks and I were talking about before the meeting. There's confusion in Washington, D.C. right now in terms of exactly where things are going, how they're going to play out, and what that final equation might look like. LCRI, the last bullet there then, Low Carbon Resource Initiative, that's the EPRI work that we do. And we continue to do. Neva Espinoza has been here before. She's the head of that or was the head of that at EPRI. Great person doing great things. So what do we do with the DOE? As Jennifer mentioned, the first bullet there deals with the carbon capture demonstration project for Denelman. We had the concept paper submitted as of the March 1st deadline. And it was there on a Friday afternoon. We received confirmation it was all good and was there for a couple of weeks. Monday morning, we checked the OSED DOE website and it wasn't there. So we've got no additional information on that at this time. We have no idea what happened to that concept paper or if the DOE intends to move forward with that one at all. An ongoing one then is the next bullet, the middle one on flexible gasification. That under the first Trump administration was called Coal First. Under the Biden administration, they changed the name, and we're going to be finishing that one up here probably within the next year. That deals with gasification of coal and biomass for power production. And we're in a full feed phase on that one. The last bullet there then, small modular reactors. Again, that is the site permit. So this is the federal side, and Jennifer's already mentioned that. That was the one that was reissued by the DOE. They took it down, they put it back. You had to reissue if you chose to, or reapply if you chose to. And we will be applying by the April 23rd due date. Questions? At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Alan Dostal then, and Alan will be talking about the history with the center. Thank you. Oh, sorry, questions? Yes. Director Kemp.
Touch on the thermal energy storage and explain that a little bit?
You bet. In the world of transmission scale energy storage, you're looking for something greater than a 1 hour, 2 hour, or 4 hour battery. That's why we're looking with EPRI at outside of the lithium solutions, which talk about things like thermal energy storage, which could be things like concrete. And you actually, during those peak power or off power periods, you use that energy you store that energy in a pile, in this case, concrete. One of the options, a big thermal stack of concrete. And then when you need that energy coming back the other way, you just run the water back through it, produce the steam, and you produce the excess energy off the heat that was stored then thermally. And some of those devices can store energy for up to 10 hours. So that's the idea, something that gets you by just the minimal time frames that get you into a longer duration. Lithium isn't going to get there, not for an extended period of time yet, at least. So that's where EPRI and others are looking for other options.
Where's the heat come from to store it?
That is used instead of producing electricity like from the coal or the natural gas that you would normally be using. You divert that steam and you use that heat to store in then the thermal block like concrete. That's one of the options for thermal energy storage. Cooper or Gentleman or Sheldon.
So we're still burning fuel.
Yes.
And the heat from that fuel makes steam, and rather than using the steam to turn a generator, we store the heat from the steam in a thermal storage device.
Yes.
Concrete, to be released later to make steam at a time that is more advantageous.
In a market or in a transmission need or a system need, yes. You would stop making electricity and use that energy instead to make or to store for a later time. All you're doing is displacing the energy to be used at a more advantageous time in the transmission system or on the market.
So an example where this may make sense, because it may not make sense when you're getting the heat from coal or natural gas, because it's maybe easier to just stop using the fuel. With nuclear, it may be easier to keep producing the heat, the steam from the nuclear fission process and not change that. If you don't need it to make electricity, you can take that heat and store it in a storage environment, concrete or liquid salts or whatever, to be used later to recover the heat and make electricity when it's more advantageous.
Pumped hydro storage is another option for long-term energy storage. Again, instead of using the energy that you'd use to turn a turbine and make electricity, you run pumps, for instance, and you take water from a lower elevation to an upper elevation, store it, and then release that water running through a turbine, making electricity again during an advantageous time in the market or on the system when the system has a need. There's all kinds of bigger systems like that to look at for energy storage. Renewable energy would also be the other place for the energy storage, obviously, too, wind or solar. If it's not needed on the system at the time, you could store it that way. It's less efficient, but you could do it. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. I got the opportunity about 20 years ago to basically engage in energy sciences research with UNL. And I think since that time, we've established some very significant benefits from this research. So we're going to run through that. First one up in the right-hand side is the initial Energy Center Director, Ken Kassman. Ken was very passionate. He's an agronomist, and he made it his mission to make sure that industry understood that ethanol was a greenhouse gas reducing product, a replacement for petroleum-based fuels. And he did that by putting together a research team, and we helped fund some of this work to establish it and put it in a peer-reviewed research paper that really was good enough to stand the test of time. And that work convinced the California Air Resources Board and then the EPA that ethanol manufactured in Nebraska from corn was in fact an advanced biofuel. It really set the foundation for the carbon reducing value of ethanol as a transportation fuel. It's difficult to put a very specific number to that, but estimates are that this has been worth about millions of dollars of value to Nebraska and our customers. So that was some groundbreaking work. Most of the discussion around ethanol at that time was opinion. This brought factual research to the program. Next one, again, related to ethanol, because this was a strong suit and a strong need, providing the benefits of feeding wet distillers grains to beef cattle in Nebraska. Prior to these studies, everyone was drying distillers grains. It takes a lot of energy to take the water out of distillers grains. Well, again, funded research through the Energy Center established that feeding wet distillers grains was much more efficient, and not just from the reduction in energy used, but it was a tremendous product to feed cattle. Cattle love this stuff. And I think we have people in the room understand that better than I do. So the best information we have is that this is worth about $100 million a year annually benefit to Nebraska. very substantial. And it's really changed the landscape on where cattle are fed in Nebraska because of tremendous food product. Story is not over on ethanol. There's another group that we funded to improve ethanol plant efficiency. There's about 24 plants in Nebraska. They produce about 2.3 billion gallons of ethanol a year. This product looks at improving the efficiency of ethanol by 1%. Well, doesn't sound like a lot, but if you can use the same amount of grain input, in this case corn, and get another $1 million or 1 million gallons of ethanol out of a plant, the potential is very significant. As you run the plants, you build this. So this is in its infancy, but it's another look at ethanol more from a cellulosic perspective, which was kind of the big buzzword 10, 15 years ago. This may be the breakthrough where it makes a difference. We've also worked with the Corn Board, the Soybean Board, the research arm of the university through the Water, Energy, and Ag Initiative. We've got 7 different projects that we worked on all around improving the efficiency of agriculture, irrigated agriculture in Nebraska, which is a really big thing. It's certainly a very important load for us and certainly important for our customers. I'm going to focus on one of them. It's a computer program written by UNL that we funded along with these other parties called Corn Soy Water. It's basically an irrigation scheduling tool, and it's been described to me as, well, it's kind of like Google Maps for irrigating. It just makes life easier. And they've had between 1,100 and 1,200 subscribers to this program right now through a new source of funding. They're updating it, but it's a tool. It's in the toolbox for irrigators to use to improve the efficiency and reduce some of the worry of irrigating. Next one is, and part of this research has brought a lot of funding to Nebraska, and George will talk more about that later. But Dr. Ed Cahoon basically had a project on synthetic biology for next generation biofuel crop development. Initially, that was focused on soybeans, but it's been expanded to include grain sorghum and camellia. And that research has brought about $24 million into the state. Now, we're all taxpayers, right? If we can have federal dollars come into Nebraska, why not? And we have really amazing researchers that can make that happen. And this gentleman is happy to tell you and thank NPPD and its customers and our board for providing this access to funds for breakthrough research. Here's another one, basically using microbial products to create methane and bioisoprene. Now, bioisoprene can be used to make tires. And instead of using petroleum products, you can use biological-based products. And there's interest in this work from NREL and one of the major petroleum companies. This is a project that's been in play for quite some time. Dr. Gogos has been involved with this from the very beginning. EPRI's been involved. EPRI's looked at this, and if I was really, really good at this and could hover over 2 of these images, you'd actually see what water does when it's placed on one of our power line cables. That's actually NPPD power line segment there, and it just wets water like a duck's back does. So this work is still ongoing. We've had EPRI engaged in testing this material. They had some issues with the durability of the coating. It's not a coating, it's basically a surface preparation due to extended ultraviolet light. George's team has continued to work on that. And they believe that they have solved that problem. So we'll go back to EPRI and see if we can get that established. The picture in the lower left-hand corner is one of our very, very recent pictures from the icing conditions in Nebraska. So this is a real issue that if it could be solved, okay, here we go. We have help from the bench. See water hit the cable and it can't wait to get off of it. And if we can do the one on the right. Anyway, it's an amazing process, and say George is an expert in this area. World-class research at UNL. There's been a lot of ag-related research. There's some very high-level research also on developing new ways to collect solar energy. Who would know? And this is from 2017, and the order of the universities is in reverse. The one on top is number 10, number 1 is Oxford. Well, guess who's number 2? Nebraska, because of cutting edge research that has been conducted at UNL. Energy center collaborations. It's really important to connect with the industry. In this case, NPPD is the industry that the university first looks to for energy related issues, but there are many others. The university has a good relationship with John Deere, Ford, McNellis. They make cement trucks, and I see just very recently these manufacturers want to use electricity to rotate the drum when the cement truck is waiting to unload. It's just more efficient. So there's a lot of relationships there that continue to evolve over time. We had a great presentation on artificial intelligence. Well, the Energy Center, with help from NPPD, sponsored an artificial intelligence workshop 5 years ago. It was a great workshop, and if you see the players there, EPRI's been on the front end of artificial intelligence from the get-go, but IBM, SAP, Microsoft, Page Wireless, and UNL were all involved in this. The only problem was this was the last thing that we did in public before the pandemic. So that was, as we all know, a life-changing event, but it was a really good start. And to be honest, you don't get the likes of IBM, SAP, and Microsoft to come to your workshop unless you have some credibility with them. And certainly UNL has that, and NPPD does too. Entrepreneurship. There's a lot of great ideas that are ginned up by lots of people in different walks of life, including just here at NPPD. But to get from the idea to a product is a real challenge. And this year, well, not yet this year, but last year and the 3 prior years, NPPD has worked with UNL to sponsor a workshop to help young inventors, young entrepreneurs find their way to get from a great idea to a product that brings value to Nebraska. And there's other work going on right now. The 2 individuals, Carrie Weber in the back, is a very strong researcher for UNL, involved in really cutting edge research right now. But to her left is a student, and she's been engaged in Energy Center research from day one. And this is all around sustainable bioenergy. So we've got, I would say, some of the best and brightest involved. And having them work and study here in Nebraska, I think the sky's the limit. And here's another researcher. This gentleman is tied to the $24 million research funding that Ed Cahoon received. So this is around a food issue, the future of food, and then also as a byproduct producing biodiesel. So lots of things going on there. And then EPRI. We have always kept a very tight connection with EPRI. Our engagement is high, and our president and CEO is the vice chairman, I believe, for the EPRI executive board. So that's worth a lot to us. It really is. For EPRI, you get what you put into it. You can put money into it, but if you put your intellect with it, it's a much stronger outcome. And I think we have good evidence of that as well. And this goes right back to the very beginning. I'll let you read it. It's emotional for me. Why not in Nebraska? So that's it. We lost Prem. So any questions?
I just want to say thank you for creating that presentation. Last time we talked about this, it was more about the money and how we leverage that, get more money. I really appreciate seeing the projects and the things in our sit-down discussion we had. Just want to say thank you for putting that together. I think that puts more behind it than just what we're spending. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else? Well, with that, I'll introduce Dr. George Gogos and two of our fine young UNL students. We have Katie Kirsten and Sam Freeze. And so you know, your power supply is right here.
Okay.
Ready to go? All right.
Okay. Well, I'll start and then I'll introduce them a little later. Good morning, everyone. I'm George Gogos. I'm the director of NCSR, and I will start with thank you for the leadership of NPPD and the board of directors. And going back to, this was initiated it started in 2006, and it has been fantastic, and it's growing. And I'll talk about that growth and what it does. This will be more like an annual report. Thank you to Alan. I mean, that was a thruster for this presentation, and we're continuing with basically doing research that has an impact for all Nebraskans and definitely for all customers of NPPD. This is just a little about the structure there. There are two bodies that are very important. The one on the right, I'll start with that. The Executive Council, it's a group of 6 faculty and 3 members from NPPD. We call it our liaison team. And we work together. The most important thing is to spend the funding that we get, 1.5 million from NPPD, and spend it to do research. And we want to choose the best projects. So this group decides. I'll show you later, we get the pre-proposals, we decide which ones to go for proposals, we send them outside for external review, and then we get back together and we make decisions. We rate them, we rank them, and then we take it to the body that is on the left, and that body is making the final decisions. We're just recommending to them, and that body is the leadership of UNL and the leadership of NPPD and the board of directors. And so this is the mission there, and I guess you have seen the slides, so I will just stress what I already said. I have it in red at the bottom there. NPPD's research funding at UNL is impactful to NPPD customers and all Nebraskans. We are basically doing research on energy efficiency and renewable forms of energy, and that can come in, let's say, materials that will play a big role, whether it's in solar energy or in wind turbines. We train students. I brought 2 grade ones here, and we'll see. I'll tell you what, or they will tell you what they did. We fund research. We give seed projects. $85,000 is the maximum per year. And then if they do well, then we extend it for a second year. But the requirement is that they go out and bring in external funding. They apply to the federal agencies or industry, and they bring as much as possible external funding. And you will see later how successful the university has been with that. So the economic impact and the leveraging, I'll have numbers and show that later. And we are very efficient and effective, we believe, in our operations. Our operations are defined with a close collaboration between the sender, myself, the associate director, Mark Raleigh, who is also the dean of the College of Engineering, and the three members from NPPD. We meet regularly. We make all decisions, whether it's the areas that we are going to do research, so that there's both basic research, but also research that will lead to directly applications and benefit for Nebraska, for Nebraskans. Student opportunities. Darrell Nelson, director of NPPD back in 2006, he approached the leadership of NPPD with the idea it's time to fund research at the university for energy efficiency and renewable forms of energy. And we are honoring Director Nelson with 8 internships. Those are for undergraduate students to work in professors' labs and do research over the summers. And we have 8 of them. We pay the students $6,000. We also give them $1,000 to go in a conference and present their results. And they have one day that they describe them in testimonials as amazing. They spend a full day at the Cooper Nuclear Station. Excuse me. And actually, recently, one of them was hired by CNS. I have those. I will not read them, and I will not give you time to read them now. I think you have the slides. I highlighted in red there. They're just amazing testimonials. We have research days at UNL, and actually they're always in April. They're next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. And the students that work in research projects that are funded by NCSR through the funds from NPPD, they have to present posters. So last year I have here, we had 5 undergraduates, one was not in the picture, and we had 15 graduate students that are doing research in the different projects. The research, I'll give you just an idea of how one cycle operates. I have cycle 19, the most recent that we worked on. We had 22 pre-proposals. So basically, the request for proposals goes out to all the faculty at the university. We got 22 pre-proposals, and we asked 10 of them to become full proposals, and we send them out for external reviewers, and we had enough money to fund 5 last year. It's not the same number every year. This year we will fund 8. We get progress report 6 months later. Then they come in and they give a presentation, and we review. And that review, NPPD team is there, and the research council, the 6 faculty from UNL, and we make decisions whether to give them a second year of funding. So that's typically the process. But the requirement, as I said, is to go out and get external funding, and I'll get to that. This is just to give you an idea about the different areas, research areas. The first 3 are on electric utility priorities. And actually, if you look at the first one, it's on small modular reactors, SMRs. And I will talk about nuclear activity, new activities on nuclear energy and nuclear education at UNL, which was initiated by myself, by the NCSR, and then the rest there. So we funded those 5 projects, and these are their pictures and their titles there. And this is the focus, the research focus areas. So before we send the RFP out, we sit down, the NPPD liaison team, and the personnel from the sender, myself and Mark Raleigh, and we define all the areas that NPPD is interested to have research, and the university is interested to have research. And I added recently what you see there at the bottom in red, in case there is an idea out there and we didn't include it, they can come to me and we can discuss it and see whether NPPD and UNL are interested to basically to fund their idea, to receive a proposal and fund their idea. It's a long list of research areas. We try to be as comprehensive as possible within energy efficiency and renewable forms of energy. Cycle 20, it's basically what I described as for cycle 19. We're just going to go through the same process. As I said, we're going to be able to fund up to 8 at 85 if the requests are $85,000 per year with a renewal for the second year. The impact, we have this newsletter with that goes out to customers, NPPD leadership, staff, and customers, and broadly at the university. And I started something new with a newsletter this year. Instead of me struggling to find a new article for the Director's Corner, I think I had enough, but I decided, why not in that corner highlight professors that we funded, NCSR funded in the past, and they went on and brought in a lot of external funding and got awards and so on. So this year we had Professor Sudhitu Diswari. Next year, actually, next newsletter, it's actually going to be what Alan Dostal presented there, Ed Cahoon and Ozan with a $24 million and the new $2 million that they are bringing into the university for food-related research. So that decision is there, and we're waiting for their article to show up. Return on investment. So over the years, over cycles 1 through 18, the university, the proposals that faculty that have been funded by NPPD funds go out and bring in external funding, and it's in the range of 144 million. And over that period, cycle 1 through 18, NPPD provided 17.43 million that went for research. There's some money that goes into operations and support the staff. So the return, the leveraging is for every $1 that came from NPPD, the university got $8.27, $8 of external funding. And I recently saw a report that looks unbelievably amazing. So the report is, so I'm repeating at the top there, for every $1 we get $8 external funding to the university. There is a report, very recent report a few months ago by Tripp Umbach. It's a national consulting firm, and I have the link there. You can read it's a long report. But in there, it comes out, and I have the quote from the president of the university, for every $1 that goes out to the university, there are $10 of an impact to the economy of Nebraska. So just simple math then, every dollar that comes in from NPPD and goes to the university and the impact to the Nebraska, it's for every $1, it's about $80 of impact. So it's I even hesitate to say because it's unbelievable, the impact. And this is a third party report that produced this. Again, by the numbers, overall we have funded for cycles 1 through 19, 143 projects and about 600 publications, citations are there, and the total number of students that have benefited, and that's undergraduates and graduate students doing master's degrees and PhD degrees, 753. And again, by the numbers, I think it's just the last one thing there that we believe that it's hundreds of millions of economic benefit to Nebraskans, and Alan gave some very, very good examples for that. I will spend a little time with current activities. So this was new stuff that we're doing right now, that it's not the regular stuff that we do on an annual basis. So biochar. We're doing a lot on biochar. So NPPD introduced biochar several years ago, and we funded 4 projects, and we created a critical mass of faculty at UNL that do work with biochar. Then that we were able to have a workshop, and it was a multi-state workshop, the first and the second, and in addition to the UNL faculty that do biochar research, we brought researchers from Iowa, and also we invited, in the second workshop, we invited a program manager from USDA. And it was that program manager from USDA that realized that the research that is going on, and although we were targeting like $1 million grants, that program manager proposed to us, you have the personnel, and together with Iowa, why don't you go for a $10 million grant? And that's what we're working on right now. We have been having regular meetings, and actually we expanded. So we work also with KSU, Kansas. So it's going to be Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, and we have been very careful also to include a lot of the stakeholders. So NPPD is part of that, and also we have been including biochar, users of biochar. There are farmers already that have started using to enhance the health of the soil. And we had already 9 meetings within UNL and some with Iowa and Kansas State University. And on May 2nd, we will have our grand meeting, and this is all in preparation for the proposal. And the whole idea is to listen and get feedback from the Nebraska stakeholders, biochar producers, biochar users, and the city of Lincoln, Nebraska Biochar. It's an organization, and a few small companies, startups on biochar in Nebraska. Continuing with activities, that first one, I'm very happy because, I'm very happy with that first one there. I pushed for that. It's pretty clear that nuclear energy is going to come back, and it's one of the things that the previous administration and the current are in favor of bringing in more nuclear energy. And so I proposed, I had a discussion with a chair of mechanical engineering to start offering some courses and be able to provide a certificate to engineering students, and then a couple of other chairs from electrical engineering, Jerry Hudgens, whom most of you know well. He was the previous interim director of the center. He is also supporting, and civil engineering chair. So it's a new program, and it's in collaboration with CNS, with Cooper Nuclear Station. So somebody from there not only will be offering lectures, but also in some proposals that faculty are writing right now. There's a participation between CNS and UNL. Number 4 is Tenka Solar. It's a 7.5 billion revenue company headquartered in Europe. It's the only non-Chinese solar panels producing company, and I was asked by ISI, which is a Nebraska EPC company in Central City. They are helping Tenka Solar to establish Tenka Solar USA, and it's going to be a big investment. It's coming. It's 250 to 300 million. It's going to have about 400 employees, and the location there is wrong. I think it's in Grand Island and not Central City that I have. And I also work well with the leadership of Tenka Solar USA and gave them tours within the university about the labs that we have. They're interested to do research with us because they want to stay ahead in solar modules, solar panels production. And the next one there is prevent corrosion of center pivot irrigation. This was in response to a member of the board of directors, Director Troster, and we moved quickly, and we identified 2 UNL researchers that have expertise in corrosion. they developed a research proposal and a plan. And I basically gave to those two researchers the list of the 4 Nebraska companies that produce center pivot irrigation. And I told them, go to them and see and find out whether they're willing to support, to provide funding. And then we will also provide some support, and we're going to look into that problem. Now, this one is, I brought 2 students here, and actually I'm going to have them tell us, whoops, let's go back. They will tell us what they did. I will just help them to make sure that, bring your equipment, and let's put it up there. Actually, we can put it up there.
I still want to scratch it.
Okay, okay. And we need 2 outlets. We have them. Actually, you can put your monitor up there so that they can see the monitor. Yeah, it will work. So the students are Katie, Kirsten, and while they're setting it up, I will tell you a little about them and their successes. And Sam Fries, of course, it's April now, but long time ago they're graduating in May. They're seniors, and they have their jobs already. So Katie will be working in north of Ames in Koch facility as a process engineer. And Sam will be working with Burns and McDonald in Chicago, and he will be working in heating and cooling of data centers, something that is right now very, very hot, and it should be run very efficiently for reasons that we all know. Okay. I think you don't need this. You only have 1 slide. I'll get back.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Katie Kirsten. I am the captain of the UNL ChemiCube team.
And I am Sam Fries. I was the design lead for the ChemiCube team.
And we're just going to talk a little bit about the UNL ChemiCube project that we did last semester, and how NPPD and NCESR supported that. So ChemiCube is a student-led competition run by the American Institute of Chemical Engineers. It challenges teams from universities to build a modular plant that does some type of process. This year's theme was direct air capture. So we had to build a 1 cubic foot modular plant that could take inlet air, remove all of the CO2 from it. And we competed against other schools to essentially see who could remove the most carbon dioxide from the air, as well as we had to prepare a business pitch about how we would take this model and maybe sell it to investors. We advertised our product, very involved. We had about 25 chemical engineering students, ranging from freshmen to seniors, that were involved in this project, whether that was building the actual cube, looking into the absorption technology that we were using, or even making a video ad and helping us talk to companies about how we would sell our product. Obviously, this was a very big commitment. As students, we really appreciated the sponsorship of NPPD and NCSR. We reached out to Roman Estrada at NPPD. We gave him kind of a mock presentation about how our design worked, what our kind of plans were for it, and he really liked it, and connected us with NCSR. And they gave us a $5,000 sponsorship. That money was put into all of the components that you see here. And then also all of our funding to actually travel to the competition and compete against other schools at the conference in San Diego, California in October of last year. Yeah. Sam, do you want to talk a little bit about our design?
Sure. To real quick continue what she was saying about the performance we did in San Diego, we competed against the likes of MIT, Virginia Tech, so not small schools, and we placed third in the most CO2 captured out of any school. So we are quite proud of that. And so moving on to the design, we can see that there's obviously a lot going on, but it's pretty simple in general. The air comes in through one of these little containers. The water is removed from the air, the ambient moisture. Then it goes through these two big metal columns, which have activated carbon in it. These activated carbon we will use corn in here, and it also ties into the Nebraska market with ethanol production and other ways to help the Nebraska economy. So anyway, to continue the design talk, we bring the air in, we go through these two columns, and then we come out here. It's a very simple design, just basically blowing over the activated carbon, and it just pulls the CO2 out of the air. It's very simple.
Yep. Yeah, so like I said, like Sam said, we competed against 18 teams at this competition. We did very well overall in terms of the performance of our design, having captured the third most CO2. We did have a complete reduction in CO2, which we can demonstrate right now, I guess, if you want to turn it on. So we have a CO2 sensor. It's going to read the concentration of CO2 in this room in ppm. So if you're not super familiar with direct air capture outside, the concentration of CO2 in the air is about 400 parts per million. Inlet or indoor conditions like this room, it's probably going to be about 500 to 600 parts per million, just because it's not as well ventilated as being outside. So we're expecting to have that concentration in. Sam will hold the sensor over the outlet of our cube. So as air gets pulled through, it's going to be absorbing onto our activated carbon. The CO2 is, and then CO2 deficient air will leave through the outlet of the cube, and we should see it start to go down. So Sam, what did it start at?
Start at 570.
Started at 570, and now it's at 481, steadily dropping. And it should go all the way down to 0 if we give it enough time. Usually takes a couple of minutes just to reach a steady state. Yep, just across to activated carbon. It isn't just activated carbon. There is an amine on it, and that amine reacts with the CO2 molecules in the air, and it binds to them. So it's not just activated carbon. But so we have to regenerate it. So the idea for regeneration of this adsorbent for this design would be temperature vacuum swing adsorption. So we would depressurize the system. We would purge it with nitrogen just to prevent any ignition from happening or degradation of our adsorbent. And then we would heat it up to essentially break the bond between the CO2 molecule and the amine that we have. And then it would all get blown out of the column. After that, and kind of like the end goal with what we would do with the CO2, that was tied into our business pitch. So our goal, unlike a lot of other schools who focus more on like more of a consumer model, we focus on more of an industrial model where we would sell kind of like a process skid to chemical plants or ethanol plants, specifically ethanol plants, because we were thinking about a proposed CO2 pipeline through Nebraska that was connecting the ethanol plants and doing, direct air capture to carbon sequestration with that. But yeah. Yep, and it's at 0. So just in the time that it took me to answer that question, it was completely removed.
So have you filed for your patent and have you started a company?
We have not started a company. I am working on the disclosure form for New Tech Ventures still. But yeah, we did present it to ExxonMobil at the competition, so we're like, we should probably get that patented.
Shows how the sender works with NPPD. I was communicating with Alan Dostal, and so there were items there to communicate. And then Alan throws, George, I have this crazy idea. And that was to bring in this cube and the students. I said, Alan, what do you mean? This is fantastic. We'll do it. Yes. So thank you, Alan. So now that the air that we're breathing is a little cleaner, I will continue. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Gorgos, could I ask a quick question?
Yeah. Actually, we will have time for questions. Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. Actually, I think I'm at the very end there. It's just the team. It's myself, Mark Rowley, Brenda, and Sue are doing great work with Ascender. And then underneath is all the NPPD team, starting with Tom and members from the board of directors, and then the NPPD liaison team, starting with John and Roman and Alan, and then two more people from NPPD. So, and I think that's it. It's questions. Yes. And actually, please get up here and they may. You're going to get more questions than me.
I was curious where the two students were from first. Okay.
Then I'm from about an hour west of Chicago in a town called Wheaton.
Okay. So you're kind of going back home, but you're leaving the state. So my second question is, what's the recidivism rate with students that are in this program, and what do we got to do to keep them in Nebraska?
So students, they will go where they want, but we do keep top students in Nebraska. And of course, we want to do that as much as possible. But it's good for them to have the opportunity to go anywhere. And Nebraskans, somehow they have that, I guess, eventually they come back at some point. They come back to Nebraska.
So do you think we need to expand this program that you're doing, adding internships? I mean, is that where we're losing the students? We need to have more internships in Nebraska to get them those first jobs within Nebraska?
I think it just takes time to, it depends. I'll give you an example of my research of what I'm doing right now. We have a lot of funding from NASA, NSF, Office of Naval Research, DARPA, Boeing, you name it, Honeywell. It's a big group, 3 faculty, PhD students, postdocs, undergraduate students. We started a company because of a lot of interest from space and defense companies mostly. And the 2 people that will be running the company are 2 Nebraskans. They got their PhD in one in electrical engineering, one in mechanical engineering with me, and that's the way to keep them in. So this startup, it's going to keep both of them. One of them now is research assistant professor until the company takes off, and the other one is just finishing up his PhD. And I think by helping what NPPD is doing by providing all this funding that does research that is applicable within Nebraska, it helps people to stay in Nebraska.
So that's engineering majors? Yeah. Cool. Congratulations. Congratulations on doing so well on your project, and congratulations on getting to graduation in May. I bet you're excited about that. So, yeah. Terrific.
They have to go fast back to the clock.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you for the update.
At this time on the agenda, it's time for public comments. Are there anybody who wish to make any public comments?
John Dockhorn, General Manager at Burke County Park District, and thanks, Jerry, for making me follow that up. As it's been kind of alluded to, Burke County Public Power District was hit hard with a storm on March 19th. And I just want to thank NPPD for the support they provided to help get our system stood back up. Scott Walls and played an instrumental part in that, getting everything put together, or getting all the people put together. And then Dan Gregory and all of his crew members did a phenomenal job. They worked hard, they were professional, and nothing but compliments came from the community and from our side. So on behalf of Nebraska, or behalf of Burke County Public Power District, I want to thank Nebraska Public Power District for your support and all your help. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any other public comments? If not, we'll take action on the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that any directors would like to be placed on the regular agenda and voted on separately? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda as presented? Motion by Director Fookman, second by Director Harding. Any discussion? If not, please vote. Motion carried. Next, we'll move into the President's report. Mr. Kent.
So I learned a lot of cool things this morning. Really appreciate the presentation, and that is really cool technology. But one of the really cool things I learned that I didn't know I should have is the secret door. So I don't know how many more years that would have been. Thank you. Before the report, I just wanted to start and take a moment to acknowledge the service of one of our teammates that passed away unexpectedly on the 1st of April. Charles Sewer, who was a systems analyst at Cooper Nuclear Station, died unexpectedly on the 1st of April. And I just want to take a moment and recognize and acknowledge his service to the district. His career began back in 2011 as an instrument and control technician at Cooper. He found himself transferring into the ET team, so he worked in Robin's team. Becoming a system analyst in 2013, then promoted to senior level in 2015, where he spent the remainder of his tenure at NPPD. Just want to read a quote from his supervisor, CNS Information Technology Manager Jace Whistler. Charles had a broad understanding of the plant. His Navy nuclear operations background, combined with his time in the CNS maintenance department, established a strong foundation of knowledge and positive relationships. As a cybersecurity analyst, he helped build our program's framework and leveraged his experience to engage the site personnel, helping anyone and everyone he could when asked. Charles has been a valued team member, and his unexpected loss touches many individuals across the entire CNS family, across the district. So I would like to just take a moment of silence, and our thoughts and prayers certainly go out to his teammates at CNS, his coworkers, and his family and friends. So he will be missed. Thank you. As we do every month, provide an update on, a nuclear safety culture moment and how we apply that to our business. This month, I want to read out of, what's the title? Continual learning. And the value of continual learning is combining all possible sources and methods of advancing individual and institutional learning for the long term. With continuous improvement comes the obligation to advance continuous organizational learning commensurate with its next level of performance. Leaders who make learning a part of the core business, they themselves initiate learning opportunities, participate in them, and encourage others to do the same. And leaders openly share lessons learned with peers, and in doing so reinforce high standards throughout the organization, provide for informal peer-to-peer coaching, mentoring, and critiquing of individual and team performance in a way, as a way of life and as a way for continuous improvement. I'm bringing this up today because we do this regularly at NPPD when we have events, when we do work, when we have unanticipated situations, we look at how we performed and what we can learn better from that. And I wanted to relate that to the recent storm. And John, thank you for your kind comments. It's a pleasure to be able to support our neighbors, and that's what we do in public power. The Nebraska Power Association, which I have the privilege of leading this year, Darren is the past president, and I'm the current president. We kind of rotate that around. It's an organization that represents all the public power entities in the state, and one of the things we have is a mutual aid agreement that we use as a framework to share resources. And it's kind of interesting, the day the storm is happening, we're having our bi-monthly meeting. I guess we do them about every 2 months. And the topic, not necessarily planned because of the storm, but the topic was mutual aid agreement, updating the mutual aid agreement. So that process is ongoing. And this is a real opportunity, and I've shared this with some other people, and we'll talk about it more at the next Nebraska Power Association board meeting. But here's an opportunity for us to look at how the industry responded together, how we interface with the counties and communities, how we interface with the state, and take the good things that happened. And I can tell you right now, you're going to hear more of this in the president's, further in the president's report. The response by the industry, the response by our team at NPPD, the response by our neighbors and our customers was really good. It was a significant event. And in any major storm event, the first thing you have to deal with is what I like to call the fog of war, and getting organized and staying calm and dealing with the what do you know and what do you don't know, how do you get it all sorted out and prioritize things so the resources get applied where they need to be at the right time in the right order in a safe way is something that you learn from experience and you practice, and we all practice that. The opportunity for us here as an industry in the state is to take the good things from that, share that knowledge, and also talk about what can we do better next time. And so that's how we're practically going to apply these best practices in terms of what top-notch performance looks like. And we're going to use that not just within NPPD, but we're going to use that within the team. Irv Portis is the PPD, but we're going to use that within the team. Irv Portis is the deputy director of the Nebraska Emergency Management Agencies, reached out. They want to participate in that review. I think that's terrific. It's just a great time for us to say what went well and how can we do even better next time, because there will be a next time. Whether it's a tornado or a blizzard or an ice storm or cybersecurity event, none of them we want to have happen, but they do happen. So more to come there, but that's a practical example of how we practice this every day, not just at NPPD, but in an industry. Any questions? Cool. So we have a couple of slides we want to put up. Jerry mentioned at the beginning that we didn't have a regular meeting in March. But there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on every month, and I don't know if the slides are ready to go. We're looking. There we go. So I just wanted to hit on a few things. One, the Cooper usually holds their holiday party at a time that's less stressful, which means after the holidays. And so that was in March this year. And I wasn't able to attend, but we did have good attendance from our board there. You can see Chris and his wife and Ron and his wife, and thank you for being there. That's part of what's really important for our team across the state to know that our board members care, and a good way to do that is your presence. And I know we have coming up in the near future a chance to do kind of a mid outage thank you at Gerald Gentleman Station. They're in their major maintenance outage, and I know some of you are planning to attend that, which is also exciting and really good thing to do. Same event, right? Wayne is there. So again, thank you. Boy, you guys get around. Oh, yeah, that's right. Cleo got an award. We'll talk about that later. This is pretty cool. There was a ribbon cutting for Sustainable Beef LLC, which is a large new customer in North Platte, Nebraska, that our board is connected with both directly and indirectly. And Director Kemp and Director Olson were there. We also had other board members supporting it. It's the realization of the vision of economic development to bring new jobs and industry into the state, and it's good to be part of it as NPPD. So thank you for your involvement directly, and for those of you that came to support your peers at that event, really good. And then this knowledgeable crew, just came back from 3 days at the Goizeta. That's the Nebraska pronunciation, not the Georgia pronunciation, Directors Institute, which is at Emory University. It's hosted by the Institute of Nuclear Power Operations, and it's a intense, short opportunity for board members of nuclear operating utilities to immerse themselves in what does it mean to be a board member for a nuclear operating utility. And you get to spend time with your peers and stuff. John went along as the staff person this time. I went last time. We did this a year and a half ago with Director Williams and Director Traster. But it's a great opportunity to give you some exposure to your peers in other organizations and discuss your responsibilities as a board member of a nuclear operating utility. So I don't know if any of you have any comments, any things you want to share from the experience. I know John, I understand, wrote about a 300-page novel of notes that he's currently trying to publish and share around. And it's a significant commitment of time. And the majority of our board members have been to that, and those that haven't, we're working on scheduling them at a future one. Terrific. Thank you for all that, right? So there's a lot more to your jobs and the expectations we put on you than showing up here, once a month for a 2-day meeting. And I thank you for that. You put a lot of work in representing the people that elected you to these important posts. So thank you. We just finished the first quarter, so I think next up we have a quarterly video on kind of update of activities. So a couple quick notes. You saw near the end that our line technician team competed at the APPA National Line Technicians Rodeo, which was in Roseville, California this year. And it was, what, a week or so after getting done with all the storm support?
It was actually 2 days.
It's actually 2 days. So I was kind of half thinking that, you know, these teammates of ours spent a lot of long hours getting lights back on, and I'm like, I wasn't going to be surprised if I heard that, you know, we're tired, we're wore out, we don't want to go. But they did go. They represented NPPD real well. We'll have more on that later, I'm sure. Trevor Roth, who is here today, is the coach of the team. Yeah. There he is. All right. So there'll be more of that, but it's just an example of the dedication of our teammates to their craft. And you see it all across the district. The line technician rodeo annually is a really cool way to show that. We will, in roughly 3 years, hopefully have an opportunity to have that rodeo closer by. And I would encourage you all, if you have the chance when that's scheduled, to go watch, because it's pretty impressive. The rodeo was here about a decade ago, I think, in Omaha, and that was pretty cool to see. So good quarter, a lot in front of us yet, but a good quarter. Any questions or comments on the first quarter activities? So retirees. We have Lori Schilling, Human Resources Process and Business Support Services Manager here at Columbus General Office, employed September 16th, 1988, retiring on February 28th after 36 years of service. Troy Glunz, Material Handler at Gerald Gentleman Station, employed February 18th, 2002, retiring March 27th, 2025, after 23 years of service. Arthur Dean, Security Shift Supervisor at Cooper Nuclear Station, employed September 22nd, 2005, retiring April 11th after 19 and a half years of service. Shell Cook, Document and Records Analyst at Cooper Nuclear Station, employed July 1st, 1985, retiring April 14th after 39 and a half years of service. Steve Durr, Local Manager in Sutherland, employed June 17th, 1991, retiring June 17th, 2025, after 34 years of service, exactly. And Chet Harger, Investment Recovery Coordinator at Gerald Gentleman Station, employed August 1st, 1980, retiring June 18th, after 44 and a half years of service. And Chet and his wife, Mary, joined us last night for dinner. Got to spend some wonderful time with them. They are here today. And so, Chet, as I said last night, if you would like to make any comments, you are more than welcome to, sir.
I had several people say that would happen, and they said, "We know you're going to get up and talk." So anyway, just a while back, we were talking, Mary and I, and we talked about that quite a few times in 44 years, but it's been a good company. We always had clothes. The kids had clothes. They had food. You had heat. You had a house. They had the opportunity for education. The thing about it is that the district does provide good benefits. I surely would not be quitting at most places at 64 years old and be able to live on my retirement. I'd probably be sweeping the pool hall when I was 98. So that and the insurance and everything, very good benefits. As things get tighter, they get a little tighter too, but just want to thank you all for that and have a good day.
So I do want to, just as we do every month, wish you all the best in whatever you have next. And I know Chet and Mary have a list of some really cool things that they're interested in doing. I spent some time talking to them last night about some of the pretty cool things that they've got planned for them. And I wish you the best as you take this on. So now I will turn the floor over to Scott and Trevor to kind of update on our storm response.
Thank you, Tom. Scott Walls, Vice President, Energy Delivery. I wanted to give you an update on the storm activities that we went through on March 19th. Scope of this, I'll talk about the towns, the outages, the poles changed, mutual aid we provided, and then give you an estimated cost of what the damage was by asset class. First of all, a little map of where the storm started and where it finished, really. Our first outage came in from Kearney. Early morning, 9 o'clock, something like that. And we could tell that it was moving east. The process we go through is our crews out in the western part of the state, Scottsbluff, Chadron, Ogallala, we start moving them east. As the storm moves away, they're not in harm's way. So we got them to Kearney for the most part the first night, and be ready to move in after that. The hardest hit areas were probably York, Aurora, Milford area, Geneva, and then up into Kama, Oakland area was hit really hard. I don't know why, but it seemed like the Columbus area, not to say that they didn't get hit, but it kind of went over it and didn't do a lot of damage. So that's just nature of a spring storm. Couple stats I want to go through on this page. Our customer call center actually fielded on the first day, the 19th, they fielded 4,004, let me get this down, 4,148 calls. That is the highest called since January 1st of 2012. So a lot of impact. At the peak of the storm, I noticed on the first quarter highlights, it said 12,000 customers. Actually, the peak of the storm, we had 15,500 customers out. That was mainly in the York area and Oakland areas. We got most of those customers restored by the evening of the 21st, so roughly 2 days. Some folks were without power. Little overview of what the damage was. Transmission wise, we got hit pretty hard. 24 transmission lines experienced outages. 3 substations required equipment to be repaired. That's mainly breaker work. We had to do total of 54 wood structures were broken. Sub-T wise, we had 14 sub-T segments experience outages various times. 93 wood structures replaced. And then distributions, we had 12 communities affected, 25 wood structures replaced and damaged. This type of stuff happens. Tom mentioned it, but it's so important. We set up an EO room, and Director Mogul had a chance to come in and witness a little bit of our madness. There's 2 people in the back here, Pat Hannerhan and Trevor Roth. Trevor actually led the ERP this time, first time doing it. We huddled up in there and we work with the field folks and try and calmly put together an attack plan. And that's exactly what it is. We look at what's important when you think about communities that are out, you think about nursing homes, you think about municipal pumping, sewer, those types of things. So we prioritize circuits in that manner. The biggest thing that's most important is to stay calm. Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature does, and we've got to stay calm and attack it the best way we can. So with those folks' help and everybody in the field, I think everybody in delivery had a piece in this restoration effort. A little bit of mutual aid we provided. For me, when a Nebraska customer is out of power, I take that serious. I don't care if it's Burt County. I don't care if it's NPPD retail. It's a public power customer. So our job is to do everything we can to get those lights back on. We provided 45 people to Burke County, which got hit really hard. We provided 12 people to Norris and then 6 people to Butler County, in conjunction with working with NPPD retail. So we had almost everybody on deck on this thing. Estimated cost, grand total right now is $3,065,787. That number is going to go up because we are finding damage out there that did not cause an outage, and we're fixing that as we speak. So that number is going to go up a little bit, not much. The highest total is high voltage substations. That's our 115 system. Couple pictures. This is the Oakland area. The top left picture, that's the 115 line that went down. That used to be on the north side of that road. This is an east-west road. That used to be on the north side. There was a sub-T line on the south side. We wrecked all those out in one swoop. One thing that's in the middle there that you can't see is a Burlington Northern rail line. A double rail line that's very important to a lot of folks. Pressure gets intensified immensely when you've got rail lines blocked. So we had to work pretty hard to get that thing cleared. And we did it safely, but you can just kind of see the other pictures of how tangled up everything is. And there's a lot of tension on those lines, and you gotta methodically bring that back into line. That's what we did. A few more pictures. Upper left is Oakland. We had to be tugged through the fields, of course, with heavy equipment. Upper right there is York. That was a sub-D line right next to Perennial Public Power District that went down. That was 3 miles, I believe it was, 2.5 miles. It was on the ground. Again, laid over on the other side of the road. Bottom pictures is 345 kV work in Friend, Nebraska. So that 345 line came down on a highway and a Norris sub-T line. So the bottom right picture, I just showed you that because that's a lot of heavy equipment that we needed to get that thing back up. And what we did is we put it up on temporary structures to get Norris's sub-T line energized so they could pick up 4 substations, I believe it was. And then we went back and changed the structure and put it back up permanent. That took a day and a half. If you're afraid of heights, don't look at the upper left picture because that's a picture from a drone that we showed the guys clipping in the conductor on that Friend line. And then the last picture there is something that is very common in spring storms. You could be in coveralls and all the cold weather equipment that you got one day, the next day you're in short sleeves shirts, working in 60, 70 degree weather. And of course, mud. So those are just some of the pictures. So great effort by everybody. I'm proud to be part of the team. We just really come together and got the lights back on in a safe manner. We had no injuries. We had no incidents. We had no vehicle damage in this entire incident, which is huge. There's a lot going on in these instances. So with that, I would take any questions. Thank you.
I really don't have a question, but I would just like to comment on the way everyone performed from top to bottom in the whole, whether it was the call centers or whether it was our teammates out in the field. Everybody was professional, everyone was patient, and everybody got the job done really, really quickly. But for me, the thing I'm most proud of is what he just said. Everyone went home safe, and no one was hurt. And when something like that happens, to me, that's the most important thing. So hats off to everyone. The training that we give our folks obviously pays off. And so I just want everyone to know I'm really proud of them.
Yeah, thank you. One other thing that you saw some pictures of a lot of heavy equipment in the field. We do damage to the right of way when we go into these situations, but we do follow up with land management, get with those landowners and do whatever we got to do to make that right. That's pretty important because we do some damage with our heavy equipment. But we make it right with everybody. That's very common. So, John.
Scott, if I could just add one thing for the audience here and those that might be watching. When we talk about 15,000 customers out, we're not talking 15,000 people. We're talking 15,000 meters. It could be commercial, it could be a home with 8 people in it, but that's 1 meter, 1 customer for us. But
correct.
So it's lots of businesses and more people than that number would reflect.
The other thing that I would mention, the community was outstanding. We had the first night we had no food because nobody could get there, but Trevor's wife made us food, spaghetti as a matter of fact, and that was a godsend because we were all starving. But then the community started bringing in food and they brought in sandwiches and food just kept coming in. It's like, holy crap, I don't need all this food. Cornerstone Bank from York, Nebraska has offered to feed the entire operations center as a thanks for what we did, which is huge. That shows that we're doing the right thing, I think, with our customers. Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Scott. So this presentation has been primarily about, the damage we suffered in our response and how we helped our neighbors out. You can talk to Chet, you can talk to John, you can talk to Darren, and those utilities are going to have similar stories about the work that was done there. And I'm just, again, I can't say it enough, how proud I am to be part of this state and how we address public power and help each other out. It truly is a team effort. It truly is a family. And when the chips are down, we do great things together. So Trevor, I told you you didn't need to come up here. Well, that was before. Now you do need to come up here. So as you're working your way out, as Scott mentioned, this was Trevor's first opportunity to run an emergency response as the emergency director. Did an outstanding job. And it's a foggy place for the first couple of days as you're trying to figure out and prioritize and put the action plan together. And I have a resolution for the board's consideration to recognize and acknowledge the staff at NPPD in terms of their work to support our customers to get through this event in the effort we did with no injuries, no accidents, and really do what public power does well. And Trevor, you're here to accept that on the behalf of your teammates. Okay, terrific. Well, I will read the resolution for board consideration. Whereas on March 19th, 2025, a severe winter storm brought blizzard conditions with heavy, wet driving snow and wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour to many parts of Nebraska and the Midwest, wreaking havoc on the electric transmission distribution systems across a large part of the state for Nebraska Public Power District and other utilities. And whereas the storm resulted in the loss of electric power to an area that covered most of the eastern part of the state, affecting thousands of Nebraska citizens, and at the height of the storm, 13 transmission lines were out of service and over 15,214 NPPD retail customers lost power meters. And whereas district personnel answered the call as they always do and braved the elements and worked through extremely harsh working conditions to restore electric service, having nearly all customers return to service by March 21st, 2025. And whereas crews in areas of the state not affected by the storm hit the road and provided assistance to neighboring utilities and wholesale customers, working long days and spending several nights away from home. Whereas employees of the Centralized Customer Care Center, the contact center, the voice of NPPD, experienced the second busiest day in its 25-year history of the contact center, fielding 4,148 calls over a 24-hour period on March 19th, just 58 calls short of its record. Further, in addition to assisting NPPD retail customers, the contact center personnel answered calls for a number of public power partners, so those utilities could focus attention on repair of their own systems and restoring their customers. The control centers at both Doniphan and Kearney worked long hours to safely switch the system and provide clearances for field personnel to perform work. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Nebraska Public Power District hereby recognizes the above and beyond efforts put forth by the district's personnel to expeditiously restore electric service to customers by working long hours with few breaks in extreme conditions, acknowledges the commitment and exemplary teamwork held close by line crews and all NPPD employees who always come together in times of crisis to do whatever they can to support the district's tagline, always there when you need us. Shares its gratitude to the contact center staff who calmly and professionally answered thousands of outage calls and represented the district as a friendly frontline voice, keeping calls on hold in the queue for an average of only 39 seconds before being answered. Commends all employees for the dedication to the district and its mission to safely generate and deliver reliable, low-cost, sustainable energy and related services while providing outstanding customer service, expresses its sincere appreciation and gratitude for the constant pride and teamwork that all employees display, especially during these times of adversity, and finally congratulates district employees for their selfless efforts to work safely under the less than desirable conditions experienced on March 19th and the days immediately following, to restore the district's transmission and distribution system and to return power to all customers, and for doing so in a safe manner that resulted in 0 accidents or incidents. With that, Chair Klopek, I'd ask your consideration for approving the resolution.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution in recognition of all the employees following the March 19th winter storm? Motion by Director Mogul. Who have a second? Second by Director Usher. Any discussion? If not, please vote. Motion carried.
Thank you. So I've got one thing left on the president's report, and that's the look ahead. So for May, we have an action item to bring for your consideration, and that's the amendment number 5 to the agreement with the Nebraska Center for Energy Sciences Research with the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. We'll have more detail on that extension and our recommendation for your consideration in May. In May, Lanny Nickel, who's the new president and chief executive officer of the Southwest Power Pool, he started his role on April 1st. He will be in the state. They're holding their meeting in Omaha in May. We'll get to that here shortly, but he's going to take that opportunity to stop by and visit and spend some time with us here as well. You'll get your annual report on Strategic Directive 5, which is carbon emissions reduction, Strategic Directive 9, energy efficiency, Strategic Directive 10, electrification of the economy. And then from an education standpoint, provide an overview of the Midwest Electric Consumers Association, Western State Power. Darren, which board are you on, both? Okay, so Darren's on one of those boards. It's an organization that interfaces from a customer perspective with Western WAPA. More to come there. So upcoming events, as I mentioned, the Southwest Power Pool Board meeting is happening in Omaha on May 6th. If you have an interest in going, I would recommend it. I won't be able to be there, unfortunately. I'm at an LPPC event in Washington, D.C. with John McClure, but it's a good event. Some of you have been to those board meetings. There's a board, the governing board's annual meeting with the Energy Electric Authority, the Energy Authority in Jacksonville. Wayne, Director Williams, is planning to go to that. There's room for more if you'd like to go. It's an opportunity for the governing boards of the electric authorities members to get together and talk about things, and there's good presentations. The APPA National Conference is in New Orleans, June 7th to 11th. Director Klopek, Chair Klopek, and Director Williams are going. We're planning the board meeting in Scotts Bluff on June 18th and 19th, and we're working through the final details there. There is a tour of the water system, NPPD water system, that'll originate out in North Platte, July 9th and 10th. And right now we have Director Heinrichs and Olson planning to attend that. The annual customer event with our customers will be in Gothenburg this year, August 21st and 22nd. And then upcoming board and customer forums, we had one earlier this week in McCool Junction. We have another one scheduled July 17th in Norfolk and October 29th in Kearney. As I said earlier, there's a lot on your plate besides coming to these meetings, and thank you for that. Thank you for your commitments to our customers. Any questions? We got a busy schedule. A lot of good things going on. John, did you have anything? Or Phil? Or John?
We've got a couple of things. I'll give a real quick federal update, and then I have Phil O'Donnell here to speak about the unicameral. I know everyone wants to get to lunch. I want to talk at the federal level and simply say there's a lot going on, and we're trying to get our arms around it. Every day, new things come out. There were several executive orders earlier this week dealing with coal and other things. We're looking at those. I'm not sure that the focus area of those will have a significant impact on us. It could have significant impact on other utilities around the country that haven't made some of the investments we have. Secondly, there was an executive order issued last night that is full of lots of interesting potential developments, and it has to do with putting a requirement in that all future regulatory actions by energy-related agencies, so EPA, FERC, the NRC, Corps of Engineers, Department of Energy, so Energy and Environment, that there has to be a 5-year, a maximum of 5 years, and then a sunset of the regulation. How this will all work is not clear. I've sent a question off to a lawyer in DC who does environmental work to try to figure out kind of a key exception in this that says it doesn't apply. This order shall not apply in regulatory permitting regimes authorized by statute. So could be a big exception that kind of swallows the rule, but it's going to lead to lots of conversations, I'm sure.
So it applies to FERC and NRC, even though everything they do is authorized by statute. So it doesn't really apply.
Well, that's why, like several other things, it'll take a little bit of time to understand what the implications are. Clearly, this administration wants to maximize energy development in this country, and energy, clearly, if you look at global statistics, having affordable energy is a characteristic in a country that lifts all boats. When you see affordable, reliable electricity in particular, but other forms of energy that are widespread in a country, their economies always do better. And so it's the backbone of our economy. How all this is going to sort out, again, we don't know yet, but there's a lot going on, and we're following a lot of things through our associations and directly. And as Jen Butler-Pallou talked about earlier today, we're trying to stay on top of these things because they're affecting many things that we do here at NPPD. So that's about as definitive as I can get. And I'll ask Phil O'Donnell, who is in our Lincoln Governmental Affairs Office, to just very quickly hit any highlights. We talked about this in the audit committee yesterday, and I'll let him just very quickly give you an update for what's going on in Lincoln.
Thanks, John, and good afternoon. My name is Phil O'Donnell, part of the Government Affairs team with John McNally and Carol Johnson down in Lincoln. Today marks day 59 of 90 of the first session of the 109th legislature. Right now, the unicameral is in all-day debate and focusing on both speaker, senator, and priority bills. We're very pleased to see the passage of LB 396, which helps our finance team here at NPPD, allows us to be more effective, efficient, and customer-focused. Moving forward, we'll see the unicameral focus on the budget and the budget bills throughout May, and that will be really the focus for the rest of the session until June 9th. For the purposes of the government affairs team, we're really focused on the priority bills and the different amendments, and we'll continue to monitor those closely. Pending any questions, that's all I have.
Done? Yeah. All right. We'll move into director's comments and questions before lunch. If anybody has any director comments or questions. Mary?
Thank you. I hate to be standing between everybody and lunch, but I had the opportunity to attend a seminar put on last month by J.P. Morgan on public finance in the utility and transportation worlds. It was fascinating. I'm so grateful I had the opportunity to go. There were a number of utilities, also bond companies, bond attorneys. So everybody was talking about what's happening in terms of finance in our world. No surprise, the utilities that presented, which included groups like MEAG, Santee Cooper, the Lower Colorado River Authority, the Anaheim Gas and Electric Company, Salt River Project, they're all experiencing unusual demand for growth and new generation. So everybody's in the same boat, which leads to the obvious conclusion, everybody's going to be looking for the same talent and the same equipment and the same funding. Everybody seems to be going to market at about the same time. One thing I noticed listening to other utilities present is that there are a lot of AAA and AAA plus utilities out there going to the market. And so depending on what the appetite for non-taxable bonds is in the coming months, we've got a tough group to compete with. So I thought that was really worth sharing. Just one more thing that we're going to have to face as we go forward, trying to meet the demand that's growing here in the state. And just to complicate things, this is just an anecdote, but on the way back from Santiago, I got to sit next to a guy from China who is a sales rep for a manufacturer in China of transformers and other equipment that utilities would use. He had been in Brazil, he had been in Chile, he was on his way to Mexico, and he said, "We don't understand what your government is doing, but what we do understand is that we need to continue to have markets for our product. And so it's not only potentially tariffs that make acquisition of things that are already hard for us to get a hold of and have a long advance time, a long lead time in the supply chain. It's not just that bit that it's going to be more expensive, but also there may not be as much available for us as in the past because they're just looking for other markets that are more have fewer surprises in them. And the last thing I want to say is that we had a great presentation on AI this morning. I appreciated it. At the same time, I got an email from APPA saying that they're having a webinar on April 16th on AI in the utility world. And whether you're available on April 16th or not, if you register, you can have access to the recording. So I thought I'd mention it in case anyone was interested and wanted to participate. Thanks.
I'll be quick as well. Just had a couple good news things and some gratitude. Nicole Slotchek volunteered her time in Kearney to do some visioning sessions for our community, and so just wanted to say thank you to Nicole and allowing her to come to Kearney and help us out. And then I received an email and I forwarded this on to the Kearney team but I'll just read it quickly. I'm a teacher at Kearney High School. I wanted to reach out and let you know that the students who visited NPPD for their College and Career Readiness Day had an amazing experience on their business tour. I had one student in particular who was smiling with excitement to tell me how he really got a lot out of the experience. This is a student who rarely shows interest in anything career related, so that is a huge deal. And so she had a nice thank you. So.
Any other comments? If not, we'll break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Reconvene. We're going to change the agenda just a little bit. So we're going to put Customer and Corporate Service Committee report with Director Langmeier's chair. We're going to do that now.
Thank you, Chairman. The Customer and Corporate Services Committee was called to order at 8:33 a.m. this morning. The minutes for the February 13th, 2025 Customer and Corporate Services Committee meeting were approved as presented. We had one action item to take care of as action item for our 2024 Hospital and Medical Annual Plan. On behalf of the committee, I move to approve the 2024 Hospital Medical Plan Annual Report as presented.
Motion by Director Langmeier. Do I have a second? Second by Director Fugman. Are there any questions or further discussion? If not, please vote. Motion carried.
Thank you. We had no other action items. We did get an update on our business retail units, employee counts, and our retirement trust fund. And we concluded our meeting at 9:10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Nuclear Committee. Chairman Williams, Chair.
Welcome to the Nuclear Committee meeting. We call the meeting to order at 1:02. First of all, are there any public comments for the Nuclear Committee as a whole? Seeing none, I've just got a couple comments myself. Didn't get into the director's comments. I didn't want to stand in between everybody and their lunch. But I wanted to point out that I've had an opportunity to go down to Cooper Nuclear and sit through two different sets of their meetings. One's the MRM, which is the actual management review meeting. The other one's a SRAB, which is the Safety Review and Audit Board. And I just have to say that if anybody gets an opportunity to go down and sit through one of those meetings, and I'd say dive into the belly of the beast, because that is very impressive to watch those guys operate down there. When you hear Khalil up here and talk about wanting to be best of the best, and along with John, wanting to be the best of the best, you really get a taste of understanding exactly what they're talking about. And because up here they're kind of talking the talk, but when you go down there and you sit in these meetings, and they're long meetings, but you go down and you sit, you really understand that they don't talk the talk only, they walk the walk. And when you go into the room, there's probably 50 people in that room, and they're all top level managers that are within the Cooper. And it's kind of a horseshoe of like 25 others that sit around, and for kind of both meetings, for the MRM and also the SRAB. But what's amazing about it is that, I mean, almost everybody in that room has something to offer. It's not as though those guys go in there and they, I've been to many minis where you just said you got a couple guys talking, everybody else sits back and listens. These are all interactive. These guys absolutely engage with each other, and they challenge each other, and they hold each other accountable. And that's on both of them. Now the SRAB is a little bit different. They've got some consultants that come in there they're IMPO experts, and there's 6 of them. And I tell you, these guys, the way that they go through policies, procedures, and check to find out how we're operating, and I mean, I would rather have 10 IRS agents show up my doorstep than these guys. They are thorough. I mean, they absolutely dig in very, very deep. And they challenge each other on it, but very, very impressive. So anyway, want to throw that in to let you know that it was a very, I appreciate being able to go down to there, and any of the other board members, everybody's welcome to go down there and take a look at it and sit in those meetings. So we've got one action item here, and it's just a need to go ahead and take a motion and a second for the acceptance of the minutes for last month's meeting out there, or actually 2 months ago meeting. So I need a motion, and I get that from Director Langmeyer, and I've got a second from Director Mogul. And any discussion, and then one other thing about as far as the discussion goes, we're gonna, it says, please note that the following discussion by the board yesterday and upon the recommendation of the general counsel, we no longer need to create separate minutes for the nuclear committee of the whole, since as the committee of the whole, the proceedings are captured within the full board minutes. So this should be the last time that we need to take action on minutes during this session here. So that was the one action item that we taken. So we need to, any discussions further about the vote, then go ahead and please vote for accepting the minutes. Motion passed. After that, we've got, one reporting item, and that would be with Khalil.
Good afternoon, Khalil Diaz, Site Vice President. And Director Williams, thank you for the discussion on the management review meeting and the SHRAB. And I know Director Fuchsman was on the management review meeting for that meeting. So we always appreciate all the support that we get. And for the MRM and the SHRAB committee, I know we hardly have that meeting without Tom, Mick, or any of the executive team. And the reason for that is to have independency and be able to have that challenge, right, from a performance perspective. I know I stand up here and sometimes it looks like I'm providing a lip service, but it is, the whole team goal is to be the best of the best. And Tom, when we got our fifth exemplary rating in a row, Tom's response was, I don't want to be one of the best, I want to be the best in the industry. And that's our goal as a whole NPPD and a whole Cooper for us to get there. So thank you. From plant status, we're at 100% power, 23 megawatt, 315 days working safely, 680 days of human performance event-free days, and we have been online safely and reliably for 157 days. When you look at the production numbers for March and the end of the year, we're ahead of the budget from a plant performance perspective. I know I talked about the diesel generator DG number 1 unplanned maintenance window that we entered Tuesday morning when we're doing our surveillance testing, and we an hour and a half into that test, we had to secure the diesel because we had a degraded cooling water to the system itself. So we were able to take the pump apart. Right now, the impeller is in Chicago. So yesterday, our plane delivered that the impeller to Chicago around 4 o'clock. We saved about 12 hours in that arena for us to get it there. They worked through the night. Right now, our prediction is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll have our plane bringing it back to the site for us to install the pump and recover our diesel generator back to an operable status. Our limited condition for operation, it's a 7-day window. And from our tax spec, we allowed to do maintenance on the system from a risk perspective. That's what we will do right now. Our goal is to recover our diesel on Saturday day shift, and that will give us a margin to deal with other things if it comes up. But we appreciate the support from the district, allowing us to be able to timely deliver the part and bring it back to the site. Any questions on plant status?
Khalil?
Yes, sir.
I have a question. Both for the month and for the year to date, your actual generation has exceeded your budget. And I'm curious, obviously, you have a pretty good sense you're going to be basically wide open except for rod adjustments and, scheduled down power. Can you share with us what causes your generation to exceed budget? Is it
So-
water temperature in the Missouri or?
So when we do the budgeted numbers for us, we account for the thermal performance from a condenser perspective, right? Whether it's a condenser fouling or however a plant performance issue. So we account for all that from through the whole cycle. So that gives us a margin from budgeted to the actual. That's really what you see the difference between the two. Okay. From a regulatory perspective, we are in column 1. And when you look at the indicators, we talk about they're green, but we talk about margins. That's what it is about. These are compliance-based. So for us, for our goal is excellence on how we continue to build margin on our indicators as we go. The one we have a 70% margin is on unplanned power change, and that was a reactor recirc pump trip that we had last year in August. We went in details on that one and the recovery that we had. Activities from the last meeting, we had an operations mid-cycle crew performance evaluation. We do have an IMPO evaluation coming up next year. Believe it or not, it's coming up fast. So the year before that evaluation comes in, we do an assessment for the whole site. We bring in peers from other utilities, and we perform similar to what the IMPO will do. They'll do an evaluation for us, and they'll help us find the gaps so we can close the gaps before IMPO comes in. That's the Institute of Nuclear Power Operation. So the first thing we do is we have 2 operations crew. We take them through simulator testing, and we do testing like IMPO does. The crews did really well. There's a few gaps that they gave us. That's good feedback for us to go work on. The biggest one was crew teamwork and communication, and that's one of the focus areas for us to improve in that arena before we get the IMPO evaluation as we go. We do have PNIR, that's a problem identification and resolution. Every 2 years, the NRC comes in and they look at our corrective action program, and they'll really do a big scrub to what we have, writing condition reports, doing evaluations. Right now, we are in the middle of it, week and a half. So far, they gave us observations. I don't see any challenge on that one yet. Next week, the first week we're on site, this week are off site, but they're still working through it. And next week they'll be here on site and they'll do an exit. I know we covered the safety review and audit board visit. The chairman will be here next month, and he'll give a full report to the board of directors on what they found. And they gave us a gap on the things we're gonna go improve on for us to be the best of the best. And the biggest one is we need to continue to work on risk recognition and what actions we do, and timeliness on resolving plant equipment issues before it becomes a major equipment issue. So he'll be providing that report next month. Believe it or not, refueling outage 34, it's coming up October 2026, and we are finalizing the scope now. Our engineers, they put the scope that they are proposing on the table, and by August, we'll be able to finalize that. We had the CNS holiday party, and we had, I know Tom covered that. We had also customers visit that happened a couple weeks ago, and we'll have another one coming up next week. Utility career day, it's a huge. We had one 6 months ago, and we had another one that was yesterday. We had 6 high school students, and our goal is these are the individuals who comes into Cooper. They understand what we do for a living and what options they have. And I'll tell you, a lot of the majority of them, they'll become co-ops. They'll work for us for a while, and then we'll pick up a few individuals. We just picked up a couple co-ops, electrical engineers from UNL, like you heard from the committee. So that program has been working really well for us. And for the next month's update, we'll continue with problem identification and resolution inspection. We have an all-hands meeting next week on Monday, and we'll have the CNS tour, and I know some of the executive team and Tom will be attending that one. Another whole customer visit. We have a site cleanup day, that's May 20th, and I know some of the board members will be on site helping us, and they will attend that. And we have all the safety equipment ready to go, so. And lastly, we do have Moody's rating agency trip visit, and we're ready for that. For the next board, I did talk about the SHRAB chairman, the Safety Review and Audit Board will be here, give an update. And we do have an engineering certificate for environmentally qualified motor control center cubicles that we'll be bringing in for approval. And I have the pictures. The only comment I have on the next picture, if you look at Director Williams, he's sitting with the engineers. And I had no doubt they were strategizing and designing a small modular reactor on what we're going to do next. So, because I know he asked me questions after that. So, any questions?
No, thank you, Khalil. Just want to do a quick comment. The May 20th, you said, is when the barbecue or the
May 20th,
May
yes.
20th, okay.
Yep.
And then just another point out there, the MRM, it meets 4 times or quarterly a year, and then also then the SHRAB is twice a year. So watch it on your calendars. Everybody gets an email about it, and you get an opportunity to come down. So
Thank
that's all I got, Khalil. Thank you. And with no further business, the Nuclear Committee is going to be duly adjourned at 1:16.
Thank you. We'll move on now to the Finance Committee as a whole. Director Harding, Chair.
Thank you. I will call this meeting to order at 1:16 p.m. Are there any public comments for the Finance Committee? Thank you. We have 2 action items and 4 reporting items on the agenda today. The first action item is to approve the minutes of February 13th. And just as in the Nuclear Committee, this should be the last time we have to do this action item for this committee because we're transitioning to including them in the board minutes itself. So I would request a motion and a second to approve the minutes of February 13th. Director Langemeyer and Director Kemp. Motion, second. Is there any discussion, any comments? If not, then please vote. Motion carried. Thank you. The last action item is to accept the statements for January 2025 and February 2025. Our controller, Megan Madison, will make the presentation.
Here we are. Good afternoon. Oops. As a reminder, we did not have a meeting last month, so we'll be covering both January and February financial results here today. So for the month of January, there was a $3.4 million surplus. This was due primarily to higher than expected off-system sales, along with slightly favorable fuel and A&G expenses. And I'll get into the off-system sales variance more in depth on a later slide. So for February, there was a surplus of $1.1 million. This was due primarily to higher than budgeted firm sales, along with favorable purchase power and O&M expenses. Those were partially offset by the lower than budgeted off-system and participation sales. Those 2 previous slides brings us to a year-to-date surplus of $4.5 million as of February 2025. Those were due primarily to the favorable cost variances that you can see across the middle there in purchase power, fuel, O&M, and A&G expenses. and those were partially offset by unfavorable revenue variances in the off-system sales and participation sales categories. The year-end forecast as of February 2025 was a $1.7 million surplus. The difference between the year-to-date surplus of $4.5 million and the forecasted surplus of $1.7 million is largely due to timing differences for our O&M and A&G expenses. So in other words, we expected some of those expenses to occur in January and February, and they didn't materialize, so we've shifted those out to future months. Shown here is the breakdown of the monthly, year-to-date, and forecasted surplus deficit by level of service. As mentioned on the previous slide, the year-end forecast is a $1.7 million surplus as of February. Of that amount, production was a surplus of $5.1 million. Transmission was a deficit of $2.8 million for a total wholesale forecasted surplus of $2.3 million. Retail was a forecasted deficit of $0.6 million. This chart shows the native load demand billing units for January and February 2025, which were both slightly above budget. In February, NPPD actually set a new all-time winter anytime peak, which was previously set back in December of 2022. So we did have some favorable weather there in February. You can see the forecast for the remainder of the year for native load demand billing units is still in line with budget. We had not updated the forecast at that time. The native load energy sales were very close to budget in both months, with January very slightly above budget and February very slightly below budget. And again, the forecast for the remainder year is generally right on line with budget. It shows the February forecasted capital as of February, and right now that is forecasted to be slightly under budget. And here's where I will talk a little bit more about those off-system sales that I was referring to earlier. So for January, off-system energy sales were actually lower than budget, but our average revenues per megawatt hour were much higher than budget. This was largely due to better than budgeted ARR and TCR revenues, or auction revenue rights and transmission congestion right revenues, and those do not have energy associated with them, so that skews our average revenues per megawatt hour much higher. Overall, that resulted in higher than budgeted off-system sales for the month of January. For February, off-system energy sales and average revenues per megawatt hour were both lower than budget. Overall, this resulted in lower than budgeted off-system sales for the month. Moving to the middle columns there, year-to-date, off-system energy sales are still below budget. Average revenues per megawatt are still higher than budget because of those ARR TCR revenues in January. And year-to-date, that brings us to off-system sales of $26.9 million, which is $1.2 million lower than our year-to-date budget of $28.1 million. As of February 2025, the year-end forecast was for off-system sales, to be approximately $145.6 million, which is lower than our budget of $146.8 million. You might recall we've previously shown some SPP market-related slides here in the presentation. SPP actually updated their presentation, which impacted our ability to pull those slides for this presentation. So we discussed among management and decided that it probably made more sense to cover these slides in the operations committee with the subject matter experts that are attending those meetings with SPP. So we will not have those slides in this presentation going forward. The ending cash balance decreased from $715 million in December 2024 to $698 million in January 2025. That cash balance then increased in February to $746 million. The largest driver of that increase in cash from January to February was due to a $43 million draw on our taxable revolver to reimburse our revenue fund for nuclear fuel expenses. Both January and February were below best quartiles days of cash at 243 and 259 days respectively. This is largely due to an increase in our days of cash target for 2025. It is now at 279 days, and the 2024 target was at 245 days. And those targets are set based on review of certain LPPC utilities and other Nebraska peers from our 2023 Bitch peer study. With that, I will take any questions.
Questions from the board?
I'll ask a question, just because we've got to continue to get used to this new format. So on the money we drew for the fuel, right there, in cash, we're going to spend that next month, so that'll drop back down, or where does that show up that we spend it?
We had actually already spent cash on those expenses, and we reimbursed ourselves paying for it then from our taxable
So the dip
revolve.
was in past months then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Very
the
good.
question.
Good. Any other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the financial statements for January 2025 and February 2025. Director Williams, and a second, Director Rusher. You got to be faster, Kirk. Any more discussion on the financial statements? Seeing none, would you please vote? Motion carried. Thank you.
And I do have March results to share with the group. So for the month of March, there was a $1 million deficit, which lowered the year-to-date March surplus to $3.5 million. The deficit for the month was due primarily to unfavorable variances in firm and off-system sales, partially offset by favorable variances in fuel, O&M, and A&G expenses. For March, the wholesale level of service was a deficit of $4 million, production being $3.9 million deficit, transmission being $0.1. Retail level of service was a surplus of $3 million. So for year-to-date March, that brings wholesale to a deficit of $0.9 million, production being a $1.8 million surplus, and transmission being a $2.7 million deficit, with retail having a year-to-date surplus of $4.4 million. And the March year-end forecast was a $5 million deficit.
Any other questions for Megan?
Sure. The in lieu of taxes are collected on our retail revenues for, I'm turning to Scott.
It's a gross revenue tax. In lieu of taxes is the same thing as gross revenue tax.
There you go.
No, it's not.
Thank you, Scott.
John, you want to clarify?
Yeah. In lieu of taxes were established in 1958 for public power districts in a constitutional amendment. Just for a little history, when Consumers Public Power District, which was one of our predecessors, bought the 14 of the 15 investor-owned utilities, they'd been paying property taxes. And they wanted to keep things fairly consistent with how things had happened before. The Consumers Public Power District hired most of the private utility employees, both craft and management, brought them over. They just kept paying the real estate taxes that had been paid when they took over these private utilities. And then it dawned on somebody, this is a governmental entity. It's a public entity. Public entities don't pay real estate taxes. So that led to an initiative and put on the ballot a change in the Constitution that provided for charging in lieu of taxes for all assets that existed as of like 1957 or 1958. So Cooper Nuclear Station, gentlemen, most of the high voltage transmission we've built, Beatrice, they're not subject to an in lieu of tax payment. Those are taxes on assets. Now, there's an offset of that with the gross revenue taxes that we pay in our retail towns. They you don't get double taxed on it, but that's some history. The in lieu of tax payment is technically, it's a pseudo real estate tax, but it's locked in on assets that we owned back in 1958.
Great history. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Megan. For our next item, we're down to the reporting items. We have the extraordinary pleasure of hearing twice in one meeting from Pricing and Rates Manager Scott Jackson.
Okay, well, I promised no games. Not going to hand out any prizes today either, but we are going to have an important update on the interruptible and demand response resource programs. Okay, so my objective today is to share a proposed solution to address NPPD and customer concerns about the ability for a customer to take simultaneous service under NPPD's interruptible and demand response resource rate schedules. And if we choose to move forward with our recommendations, they'll revise 2 wholesale and 2 retail rate schedules. As far as a little background, with respect to the interruptible service rate schedule, customers' loads are not registered in the Southwest Power Pool integrated marketplace, which results in NPPD being responsible for the curtailment of those loads. In contrast, the pilot program demand response resource program or schedule, the rate schedule, requires customers' loads to be registered in the market as a demand response resource by NPPD and TEA, and that results in SPP then taking over and being responsible for when those loads or those resources are being dispatched. So ever since we rolled out the DRR rate schedule last year in early 2023, it's been our position that that a customer could take service under both of those rate schedules at the same time. However, we had some recent developments with an existing customer, and we realized that we needed a new framework for how we offer these services. So what were those recent developments? Well, late last year, an existing interruptible customer, one of our wholesale customers, expressed an interest in registering as a demand response resource in the market through a third-party aggregator. Now, some of you might wonder what's a third-party aggregator? Well, think of it in a way of it's a different market participant that wants to manage the load in the market instead of TEA. So all the customer wanted to do was access the potential or additional benefits that they would get if they would participate in the market, in addition to the benefits they were receiving from NPPD's interruptible rate. However, NPPD expressed some concerns about maintaining our resource adequacy benefits under this proposed arrangement for the interruptible load, in that 2 market participants would have competing programs for the same megawatts. So NPPD indicated to the customer that we had an agreement for our interruptible rate or our interruptible service, and therefore they couldn't register as a demand response resource with that TPA or third-party aggregator. But after performing some additional internal review, we determined that we really weren't that comfortable offering that both programs under to that same customer at the same time. So we committed at that time to finding a solution to allow the customer to get the benefits out of both programs. And so we commissioned an internal team that was created, and we were able to develop a proposed solution. And this is the summary of the proposal. With respect to the interruptible rate schedule, we plan to add a second option to allow for participation in the market. The customer will have to decide then whether they want to be registered in the market under option 2 or continue not be registered and remain under option 1. Now, the team that was created was able to determine that we would have the same resource adequacy benefits under both of these options. We're also going to require that the customer be responsible for all metering and communication costs. And since we're adding the essential language to the registered to be registered in the market as a DRR in the interruptible rate schedule, we're going to restrict customers from taking service under both of those rates. Okay, so as far as the pilot program demand response rate schedule, we plan to eliminate the participant limit of 6, but we want to continue that as a pilot at this time. And I'll discuss this in a little more detail in a few slides, but we still consider the DRR a viable standalone product for customers that might not otherwise qualify for the interruptible rate because of their inability to curtail their load around the clock or due to their size. So the next couple slides are going to provide a nice side-by-side comparison between the existing option number 1 and the new option number 2 of the interruptible rate schedule. I'll highlight as many of these as I can here. I've already discussed items number 1 through 3, but on items 4 and 5 with regards to firm contract and non-firm contract demand, we plan to bill the customer for firm and non-firm contract demand the same way under either option. On lines 6 and 7, while there's 3 reasons for when NPPD can call for curtailments under option 1, these will be dictated primarily by SPP market conditions under option 2, with one notable exception. We're including provisions for NPPD to be able to call for curtailments during an NPPD or localized system emergency. Now, so think of it in terms of this, is that if they're registered in the market and SPP is curtailing their load, and NPPD has a localized system emergency, and they had that last month, SPP might not be able to, or might not be aware of that. And so we have to have a mechanism in the revised language to be able to call for that, even if they are registered in the market. Okay, moving on. With respect to advance notice for curtailments on line 8, under option 1, we provide the customers 2-hour notice, with system emergencies being the exception, while customers on option 2 will set those notification provisions based on, or in the market submittals based on the time it takes them to ramp down their load. The customer charge will be larger for option 2 customers to include the additional administrative costs for the energy supply group to manage their load in the market. With respect to the applicability of interruptible rate charges on line 10, two different types of charges, excess demand and supplemental energy charges, will not apply to those customers in option 2. Customers served under option 1 incur those charges when they don't curtail when asked for management of the annual NPPD system peak or high SPP market prices, and neither one of those are going to apply if you're going to be registered in the market. If they don't curtail in the market will penalize in that way through additional market charges. And finally, on line 11, the new option will allow for customers to receive additional market revenues, and the split is going to be equal to what we provide in the current DRR rate schedule at 80% customer and 20% NPPD. A couple notes at the bottom are pretty important to recognize here, is that we're going to prohibit under either option, we're going to prohibit from a customer from registering as their output as a DR through the third-party aggregator, and then they'll only be allowed to utilize NPPD and TEA as its market participant. And then the other note is that the Southwest Power Pool is in the process of reviewing their current provisions and requirements for offering interruptible service, and that's going to impact NPPD rates in the future. But so I would view this as a short-term fix, but it is meeting a customer demand at the time. And so I think the fix is needed and worth it at this time. Okay. With respect to the recommended revisions to the pilot program, demand response resource rate schedule, the main revision is to eliminate the limit of 6 participants. We have a growing list of prospective DR customers, so we want to open that up for more of them to participate. A couple members of the team were from the energy supply group that would have to administer them in the market. So one of the questions we asked is, could they handle that administratively? And they were a firm on that. So that's why we're going to want to open that up to as many customers as we can get. And similar to the interruptible rate, we also plan to restrict customers from being served or for taking simultaneous service under this rate and one of our interruptible rate schedules. So the final bullet there is we want to continue, we're proposing to continue the pilot or the program as a pilot. We're still evaluating several areas as are listed there, whether it's metering, communication. We're still looking at the market settlement revenue split, whether that's accurate, and also maybe looking for some efficiencies in invoicing. But we don't have enough experience in it. We just had a couple customers sign up here late, and so we're still gathering data on that. So that's why we want to continue that as a pilot. Okay, so here's the schedule. After the discussion today, we plan to discuss this with the wholesale customers in a couple of weeks. And then in late April, we will issue the proposed revised wholesale rate schedules to the customers and provide them with their contractually allowed time to request a rate hearing. And then in the May and June timeframe, we'll need to have a discussion with our existing interruptible customers, because the reason why we're making these changes, we want to provide them with the option. We need to allow them the time to where they want to select being registered in the market. And if they do make that decision to register in the market, then we'll need a brand new, or we need to revise the existing service agreement with them. So we'll do that in the May and June timeframe. If all that works out well, we're going to plan to come back in June for board consideration of the proposed revised wholesale and retail interruptible and DRR rate schedules for the proposed effective date of July 1st. So I believe that's my last slide. So I guess I'm here to entertain any questions or address any concerns you have with us moving forward with these changes. June in Scotts Bluff, whether it's me or somebody else sitting in this room, we'll be deciding that. You can look behind you if you want.
Okay, no questions from the board? Thank you, Scott.
You bet.
Next presentation is our financial planning and analysis manager, Crystal Harper. First, she's going to be talking about the 2016 wholesale power contract. It's our May 1st reporting update.
All right, good afternoon. So the objective of this first presentation is to share with you the May 1st requirements per the wholesale power contract. In our 2016 wholesale power contract, we do have a couple of reporting requirements that we are required to report to our wholesale customers. On this slide here, you see a snip of one of those paragraphs in the contract. This paragraph has 3 requirements. The first one being an analysis of the financial results for the general firm power service and special power products for the preceding calendar year. Number 2 there says that we must provide an accounting of the actual allowance amount collected during the year for new or replacement generation assets and the balance of the amount at the end of the year. And then number 3 there is an accounting of the surplus deficit net revenues realized during the year. So I'll talk through each one of those in a separate slide. The first requirement there was the summary of the special power products for 2024. So Scott talked about special power products yesterday. He just talked about a few just now. We actually have 8 special power products, but only 5 listed, and that's because 3 of those special power products are not currently being utilized. So this is a table that we provide in that wholesale customer letter. Column number 2 there shares with you the number of customers on each power product, and then the associated revenues in that 3rd column. The one thing I just wanted to point out is that economic development special power product number 6 is currently not open to new customers. The second item was the actual amount collected during the year for new or replacement generation assets and the balance of that account. And so for 2024, the GFPS rates did not include any allowance for new or replacement generation assets, and therefore the outstanding balance of that fund is zero. The third requirement is an accounting of the surplus or deficit net revenues realized in 2024. So off to the right there, you'll see for production level of service only, our revenues, our expenses, and our net surplus of 29.4 million. That $29.4 million gets credited to the production rate stabilization account and can be used in 2025 or 2026 for revenue requirements or return to customers in 2026 in the form of a production cost adjustment. This next slide is a continuation of that concept. This is a roll forward of the production rate stabilization account from December 2023 to December 2024. The beginning balance in that account was $173.6 million. We did return to wholesale customers a PCA or production cost adjustment of $60 million last year. We also added to the account the $24.9 million surplus that I just talked about, resulting in an ending balance of $143.1 million. That 143.1 is 24% of the 2024 GFPS production revenues. So in the contract, there's a limit, a 10% limit where we can't retain more than 10% of that amount in the rate stabilization fund account. So that 143 million exceeds the 10% limit by $83 million. So we are giving $53 million back this year, 2025, leaving approximately $31 million to either use as revenue requirements in the 2026 budget or return to our customers in the form of a PCA in the 2026 budget. There's another provision in the contract that has two additional requirements that we must communicate to our wholesale customers. Item number 4 there talks about the amount of production debt maturing beyond the term of the current contract. Number 5 talks about the type, amount, and preliminary schedule for collections of certain reserves. To address number 4, there's been no change from the prior year to the amount of production debt that's maturing beyond the 2016 contract term. So we do have $35 million of principal payments maturing after January 1st, 2036. If you include the interest component of those revenue bonds, it's $39 million. We do have a financial management policy that limits the amount of production debt that we can issue beyond the contract. All right, the final schedule that I have on this slide is pretty busy, but bear with me. These are the schedules for collections of certain reserves. Starting from the left, I'm going to talk about other post-employment benefits reserve. So the collection amount proposed for 2026 through 2033 is $5.7 million. This represents the bond debt service for catch-up contributions for the production level of service. Annually, we do get an actuarial report from our third-party consultants, and that actuarial report suggested that there's no additional deposits or credits that are needed at this time. Moving to the right, the decommissioning reserve for our nuclear power plant, Cooper Nuclear Station. So we are recommending collections in the amount of $3.8 million between 2026 and the end of the wholesale power contract term, 2035. And those collection amounts are based on a study that was completed by an external third party in 2023. We also do an internal analysis where we update that study every year. And there are some assumptions that we utilize in that analysis. We have an earnings assumption of 3%. We have a escalation assumption of 2%. And the resulting collection amount then is that $3.8 million. Similarly, the decommissioning reserve for non-nuclear power plants, we have a study that we update every year. This study is based on a 2021 external study where we do have plans to update that study this year. We have a kickoff meeting later this year to update that non-nuclear study. And the earnings and escalation assumptions are the same for non-nuclear. So the collection amount for non-nuclear is $9.2 million, 2026, and then that amount decreases as you go through the rest of the wholesale power contract term. The final reserve in that table is our nuclear fuel disposal reserve, and that amount fluctuates every other year depending on if Cooper's in an outage or not, and that is because it's based on a per kilowatt of hour of generation from that facility. Okay, so that letter gets issued to our wholesale customers by the end of April. Also included in that letter is an assurance letter from our internal audit department assuring that the numbers that were used in the analysis are accurate. Questions?
Crystal, in your comments about surplus revenue, you said the contract calls for a 10% cap on what can be reserved. Is that the whole? Is that it?
There's also an ability to increase that cap from 10% to 20%. So I believe in that slide there is, we do have that 20% surplus accumulation limit listed, but that's not where we're currently at. But the board does have the authority to move from 10 to 20%.
Or up to 20.
Up to 20, I think is what it says.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this presentation or comments? Well, Crystal, you're up next too. The 2026 to 2031 rate outlook. This is our kickoff for this, so please proceed.
All right. All right, before I begin, I just do want to do a little bit of level setting. So we did launch our 2026 to 2031 rate outlook process shortly after we approved the budget last November. And rate outlook is what I know, but it may not be what you know. So I want to just describe that in a nutshell here. So the rate outlook is a 6-year forward-looking planning process. It's important for us to understand NPPD's long-term revenues, expenses, and rate projections. And during this process, our teams undertake a very detailed examination of every single revenue component, every expense component, and every capital project. So it's a comprehensive analysis that really shapes our understanding of what lies ahead for NPPD. So as I reference rate outlook throughout my presentation, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, so quickly I'm going to review our timeline as it relates to the board. We're going to look through some of the goals that we set. We are going to talk through some of the major planning components, some of the assumptions related to those planning components, and then we'll talk about next steps. Okay, so at a high level, these are some key dates for board review. Items number 1 and 2 On the screen are the presentations that Jason gave yesterday in executive session and this presentation that I'm giving right now. We do have a placeholder, item number 3 there. This is as needed or as requested by the board. If there's any input that you want to provide or questions that you have, we're willing to bring anything forward for the May meeting. Item number 4 is a very big meeting for us. This is where we share with you the results of our rate outlook planning processes. So that'll be in June out in Scotts Bluff. After we conclude rate outlook, we turn over the results to the rate department and they begin working through their rate studies. And item number 5 on the screen there is when they bring their proposed wholesale rate study to the board in August. Our team then starts working through the budget planning process where we refine the 2026 rate outlook numbers. And by October, we will bring to you a preliminary O&M and capital budget at the board retreat, which we'll bring for action in November. All right, so we've broken our rate outlook planning process really into 3 phases, or at least on this screen we do go through a target setting phase. So we have several targets that I'll speak to in a little bit more detail on the next slide, but we have corporate targets, financial targets, we have a strategy and risk management process that we try to incorporate into our rate outlook. We also have O&M and A&G and capital targets. The middle bucket there represents some of our large planning processes or components. So we have the load forecast and the revenue planning process, the production model planning process, which Jason went into a lot of detail on those yesterday. We also then have our business unit O&M planning, capital planning, and then on the right-hand side, we talk about some of our key stakeholders. So the EPC, our Executive Planning Council, our customers, our board, also not listed, our rating agencies, and our financial institutions that we work with. So before we kick off rate outlook, we do have goals that we establish. The top section there is our corporate targets. So listed under corporate targets are the Cooperative Financing Corporation, the CFC Best Quartile ranking. We also have the Energy Information Administration, EIA, Best 15th Percentile ranking. Those are derived from the board strategic directive, SDO4, our cost competitiveness directive, where the board is suggesting that we remain within the top quartiles of those, top quartile and top 15th percentile of those benchmarks. So we have a team, we call them the CFC Tiger team. They do a lot of market research and help project out where that CFC best quartile is going to be. And we utilize that CFC best quartile in a lot of our target setting. And we also do lots of comparisons throughout the rate outlook period to both the CFC and the EIA. Moving down, we have financial targets. We talk about these a lot. Our debt service coverage, our goal is to be at 2 times or better. Our days of cash, which Megan just talked about, we do have that peer group of large public power entities and Nebraska utilities that we compare ourselves to. That best quartile for 2023 that we utilize here in 2025 is 279 days. The same peer group, we compare ourselves with debt equity. As of 2023, that benchmark is 50% debt, 50% equity. Moving down, we also try to link our rate outlook plans with what we have included in our strategic plan. So we try to incorporate everything that we know from the new load perspective, new generation, any other strategic directives that are out there, and then roll it all together and gain consensus of where we're going to be from a wholesale rate perspective and EIA and retail rate perspective. And then finally, we have operating targets for capital and O&M, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on those in a little bit. Okay, so this slide outlines some of the primary revenue and cost categories that I'll be discussing here shortly. The load forecast and production model bucket. That is our resource planning and risk team who spearheads those two major processes. So Jason again talked about those yesterday. So in a little bit, I'll be sharing some of those high level assumptions and outcomes of those processes. We then have the business unit O&M planning. This is currently underway. We kicked that off in March. We have 13 financial planning managers and analysts in our area who are working directly with more than 200 of our budget owners across the district and working very closely with our vice presidents to build those business unit O&M plans from the bottom up. And they're thoroughly reviewing all of their staffing, employee-related expenditures, and operational costs. So today I'm going to be talking about some of the assumptions we use for O&M planning and the targets. Next is the capital planning. This is also actively being worked at the moment. Our planners are collaborating closely with business units and project managers to ensure that our capital cash flows are aligned with our targets. And just to put it in perspective, over the next 6 years, we have about 800 capital projects that we're individually touching. And then finally, decommissioning, we do have both of these analysis wrapped up as we have to include them in that May 1st letter. So I'm going to share those outcomes with the group today. Okay, so the purpose of this slide is to show you the complete planning picture. This is really meant to set the stage for and provide some context for the next couple of slides where I go into a little bit more detail on some of these big components. One of the key takeaways from this slide is that our ultimate goal for the rate outlook process is to deliver a balanced budget. So this is last year's budget. This is the 2025 budget that we're operating under right now. And there was $1.3 billion of revenues and $1.3 billion of expenses. So over the course of the next few slides, I'm going to be highlighting some of the major assumptions related to some of these large buckets. So first, I'm going to talk about native load revenues, and that is the summation of those wholesale sales and retail sales on the left-hand side. I'm going to be talking about production model expenses and revenues. So that's going to be the market sales on the left and the fuel and the purchase power on the right. I'm going to highlight some O&M and A&G items. That's the big orange slice on the right. I'm going to be talking about capital planning. That's the combination of debt service and construction from revenue on the left. And then finally, I'll wrap up with decommissioning, which is a small sliver of the expense pie there on the left, or apologies, on the right. Okay, so first, I'm going to be talking about native load revenues. As I just mentioned, the native load forecast is a critical component of our planning process, and it represents 75% of our revenues. The purpose of the load forecast is to project the future demand and energy consumption of our customers and the associated revenues that these customers will generate. The load forecast is very complex. It's also very much data-driven and relies heavily on historical energy usage, weather patterns, precipitation, and assumptions related to new load. The load forecast does include load from our existing customers, as well as customers that we have included on our expected load list, and some prospective future loads that are in the load queue and some that haven't quite made it to the load queue yet. So Jason's team works very closely with Nicole Sedlacek's economic development team to develop this load forecast and ensure alignment between the two teams. As Jason mentioned yesterday, we do have the preliminary rate outlook results for the load forecast and the revenues, and I have those here on the screen. So the blue bars, they represent the current load forecast translated into dollars. And you can see that from 2025 budget out to 2031, those bars slowly increase. That's an increase of approximately 20%. The orange line represents the load forecast that we shared during last year's rate outlook, and the gray line is the load forecast from 2 years ago when we first began talking publicly about all of the new loads. So the biggest takeaway here is the significant decrease in the native load revenues projected between 2028 and 2030 compared to last year. So it's not a small dollar amount. And in fact, if you look at the difference between the orange dot and the blue bar in the 2030 column, that's roughly $330 million difference. The reduction can really be attributed to a few things. First, Jason's team implemented a different approach, a more conservative approach to forecasting out the prospective loads. So again, those are the loads that are either in the queue or waiting to get into the queue. The second, I guess, item that is driving those reductions is uncertainty. So we have made adjustments in our load forecast to reflect uncertainties in customer project timelines. As Jason mentioned yesterday, customer loads are very fluid and are changing every day. And then finally, there's also a lot of uncertainty right now in the estimated probability of certain industries materializing based on the change in administration and evolving federal policies and funding priorities. Okay, so as Jason said yesterday, we are trying to right size the load forecast and related revenues based on the information that we best know today. So another thing to keep in mind is that the revenues is just one side of the equation. There's a corresponding decrease in the cost to produce the energy to serve that load. So I'll show you the net effect of these revenue and production model changes on an upcoming slide. But first, I want to dive a little bit deeper into the production model and talk about some of the key assumptions in the production model. Okay, so the production model is a software tool that simulates the Southwest Power Pool operations. It projects NPPD's generating units, how they'll dispatch, and the associated fuel expense to serve the market loads. It also generates the amount of market sales and purchases based on unit dispatch. So just like the load forecast, the production model is also very complex, if not more complex than the load forecast, and it's also very data-driven. Some of the inputs to the production model include that load forecast that I was just talking about, market prices, fuel prices, and various purchase power contracts. Some of the outputs of the production model include our fuel and purchase power expense, which make up about 25% of that expense bucket, and the market sales, which represent about 15% of the revenue bucket. One of the other key inputs to the production model are NPPD's generating resources. So there's a table on the screen that shows you some of the comparisons of resources from last year's rate outlook to this year's rate outlook. So the Ainsworth Wind Energy Facility Battery Project, last year we had an in-service date of June 2026. This year we've paused that project. So I think late in the fall last year, some communication came out that we were pausing the Ainsworth project. It's still paused, and we're not including that in our production model. The Princeton Road Station last year had an in-service date of June 2027. Due to better known information, that in-service date has shifted out to June 2029. The third item there is the 3 Beatrice CTs. Last year, we had an in-service date of June 2029 for those 3 CTs, all coming online at the same time. This year, we are modeling those CTs to come on at separate times. So Unit 1, 2031, Unit 2, 2032, and Unit 3, 2033. So that change was partially due to the change in that load forecast that you just saw. We also have various purchase power agreements that play into the production model as well. Okay, so just a little bit ago, I touched on the idea that if there's a reduction in revenues, there's also an offsetting reduction in the cost to generate those, generate power for those loads. And this graph is hopefully going to connect those dots. So first, I want to talk about the cost to serve the load. So these are the revenues and expenses that are directly impacted by the load forecast. Those are the fuel, the purchase power, market sales, and purchases. Those are the outputs of the production model. So when compared to the prior year, the reduction in the native load revenues is partially offset by increases in market sales due to greater surpluses of energy due to less native load. We also are seeing decreases in our fuel expense due to changes of resource timelines, less demand for coal, and then fluctuations in our natural gas forward curves. We are also seeing decreases in purchase power expenses as fewer SPP market purchases are needed to serve that new load forecast. Okay, so I want to draw your attention to the orange and purple lines on the graph. These lines show the resulting revenues after accounting for native load sales, plus market sales, minus fuel, minus purchase power. So because these lines are similar, it reinforces the point that even though we have reduced revenues, the cost to serve those revenues also decreased. So because those lines are nearly similar, the resulting revenues are about the same. So we'll share more details on the load forecast and the production model results when we get to June. This is just a sneak peek of some of the preliminary results. I'm going to transition now to talk about O&M and A&Gs. Okay, so if you recall those 2 pies, O&M and A&Gs represent nearly 50% or half of that expense pie. They include things like salaries and benefits, employee-related expenses such as training and travel, outside services, consulting and contractors, and materials and supplies. On these slides, I share with you some of the assumptions that we make with respect to the escalation factors that we utilize over the rate outlook period. The top box represents the escalation factors that our team is using for salaries and outside labor, as well as health insurance. And these escalation factors are based on third-party labor indices and are provided to us by our HR team. So we're using a 3.5% escalation for our internal and external labor, and our health insurance, we're using a 9% adder year after year for health insurance. The bottom graph there are the recommended escalation factors that our planners are using for all of the other O&M costs. However, if a planner or a budget owner knows of a better escalation rate because they have one specifically identified or tied to a contract, they are certainly supposed to be using those escalation rates. These are kind of the defaults if there's no better information to use. The information, the 2.5%, comes from a survey of economic forecasters And this information that we're sharing here on the screen is as of the first quarter 2025. So it's the latest and greatest information that we have. Continuing to talk about O&M and A&G expenses, we did set targets ahead of our planning processes. So if you remember, one of our core objectives is to remain competitive with both of our wholesale and retail rates. And we do this by benchmarking our projections against the CFC and the EIA rate forecast. So to ensure alignment with these benchmarks, from the beginning, we issue O&M and A&G expense targets to our business units before we kick off our formal O&M planning processes in March. So this year's guidance that we provided all levels of service is to just maintain their O&M and A&G costs from last year's rate outlook. The only exception to this involves expenses related to the new generation assets. So they are still refining those estimates, and we're allowing for changes in those estimates. All right, transitioning to the capital bucket. So again, this bucket represents nearly 20% of the expense bucket. We can fund our capital projects two different ways. We can finance them through debt, or we can fund them using current year revenues. So when we set targets, we use the capital to depreciation metric. We benchmark ourselves against other large public power entities that are similarly to us in that they're all wholesale entities. And you can see on the graph there that our targets for 2025 hover around that $80 million mark, very closely related to what the targets were last year for 2024. There is a slight dip, and that's because there was a slight reduction in that ratio of capital to depreciation. We do utilize the CFC metric, like I said, when we set these capital targets as well. And then one important thing to note when we do set these targets, we exclude large capital investments such as new generation or transmission notice to construct projects. So when I come to you in October with the proposed budget, the budget amount will be greater than this $80 million because it will include large projects such as NTCs. Okay, the last item that I'll be discussing is our decommissioning assumptions. So I did touch on this briefly in my prior presentation, but we'll review it here real quickly again. So on a regular basis, we do have a study performed by a third-party consultant for the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust. That study was updated in 2023 by TLG Services. In that study, it assumes a decon methodology for decommissioning because that is the lowest total cost option at this point. And decon methodology essentially just means that decommissioning starts immediately after the plant shuts down. So NPPD does perform a cash flow analysis of the nuclear decommissioning trusts, and we use the following assumptions. So we are using that investment earnings rate of 3%, the cost inflation rate of 2%. We are making the assumption that the plant shuts down in 2054. That's the end of the second relicensing. So last year when the board approved the capital projects and the resolution to move forward with relicensing, we also updated the analysis here to assume that as well. And then the final column there shows that we plan to have the nuclear decommissioning trust fully funded by 2035. That's the end of the current wholesale power contract term. So with all of these assumptions, again, the estimated collection amount for 2026 through 2035 is 3.8 million, which is up from 2.7 million in 2025. The primary reason for that increase is because we did not see a 3% earning in the actual earning in the trust in 2024. Okay, so we also have our non-nuclear decommissioning trust collections. Again, there's a study that's updated. This study was last updated in 2021. Like I mentioned earlier, we're kicking off that study. So hopefully by this time next year, we'll have a new study. But we do the same thing. We perform a cash flow analysis using the assumptions in the table for Beatrice, for GGS, Sheldon, Beatrice, and Canada, as well as Ainsworth. We're using a 3% interest earnings rate and a cost inflation rate of 2%. The only difference between those generating assets is the year that we are funding them by. So for GGS, Sheldon, Beatrice, and Canada, we are funding them by the end of the current wholesale power contract. For the Ainsworth wind energy facility, the funded by date is 2025, and that was the original term of Ainsworth facility. We also have participants in that facility whose contracts terminate in 2025 as well. The results of the analysis did not change substantially. We are recommending a collection amount of 9.2 million for 2026. That's down from 11.5 million in 2025. There are two reasons. One, the collection for Ainsworth drops off because we have fully funded that portion of it. And then the collections for GGS are based on a double declining balance method. So we're collecting more early on, less later on. Okay, so the next steps for our board and customers. So we're meeting today. In May, I have a placeholder for an information or input session with the Finance Committee as needed or as requested. So if there's any topics you heard today that you want to know more about, please let Laura or Tom know, and we can get something pulled together for next month. And then in June, we'll be coming back to you with the results of the rate outlook process. And that'll be presented to both the Finance Committee and our customers. I do want to point out there's a lot happening between now and then. There's a lot of internal processes and deadlines that will all have to happen before we come to you in June. So there's a lot happening internally, if you will. Okay, I think that's all I have. Questions?
Questions or comments? Thank you, Crystal. That was a lot to digest all at once. So I do recommend if you've got any questions about the material that was presented, let Tom or Laura know, and we can put a little bit of a repeat.
There you go. I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. Do you also have the look ahead for May for us?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so we do have a lot of items for next month as well. We have one action item, the March 2025 financial statement. So Megan will be coming back next month for financial information. And then we have a bunch of reporting items, some of which require action in June. So the first item there, Crystal Menke will be providing the committee with an overview of how the Cooper Nuclear Station Trust performed in 2024. That's an annual review that she does. She'll also be bringing back to the committee the first quarter investment review, which is a review of our general revenue fund and other investments. The third item there, Laura will be updating the committee on the upcoming renewals of both the taxable and tax exempt revolvers. She'll be coming back to the committee in June for action on those items. She'll also be providing information to the committee related to a letter of credit for SPP Financial Security. That's in lieu of pledging cash. So that's another action item for June. Again, I can come back, provide another rate outlook update if needed. And then Megan Madison will also be presenting some recommended changes to our other post-employment benefits investment policy statements for board consideration. There's one item that we didn't get listed on here, but Crystal Mankey will also be coming to the board with some recommended changes or an amendment to our side-by-side revolving credit agreement, some additional wording that is desired for a rating agency calculation that's being performed. So lots to look forward to.
That's absolutely. Any other questions or comments before I release Crystal from the podium? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have no further business, so the Finance Committee meeting is duly adjourned at 2:24 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Harding. Next, we'll move on to the Operations Committee report. Director Mogul, Chair.
All right, let's finish up strong. I'll get her going here. Ready? Let's do it. Operations Committee met this morning at 8:32. Somebody was late coming to the meeting.
Oh, that was my fault.
Really?
You talking about that guy down there?
No, I'm talking about her.
Oh, that wasn't my fault.
Okay. Okay. The minutes of the February 13th meeting were approved as presented. We had a couple action items. The first one was an action on contract number 24-025 for reheat vertical outlet replacement for GGS Unit 1 boiler. Art discussed again the scope and background for this contract, and result of negotiations were provided. A spring 2026 installation can be met, but the material suppliers, scope, and costs have changed. However, I move we adopt this resolution and award contract number 20-025 to DZ Atlantic in the amount not to exceed $22,770,000. Oh, wait, $95 on behalf of the committee as presented.
Motion by Director Mogul. Motion by Director Mogul. Is there a second? Second by Director Olson. Are there any questions or further discussion? Not, please vote. Motion carried.
We had an action item on the Southwest Power Pool notification to construct SPP-NTC-220882, the Elm Creek to Tobias 345 kV new line with terminal upgrades. Scott discussed the background and scope of this project for approximately 46 miles of the new 84-mile 345 kV line from Tobias to the Kansas-Nebraska state line with an in-service date of December 1st, 2030. I move to accept the notification to construct and authorize management to proceed with the commitment to implement the network upgrades for an estimated amount of $1 million. Scratch that, we're starting over. $135,057,404 on behalf of the committee as presented.
Motion by Director Mogul. Is there a second? Second by Director Williams. Are there any questions or further discussion? If not, please vote. Motion carried.
Art Weesey provided updates on the production, monthly performance report, and generation projects. Kyle Liebig provided a water supply update. Scott Walls provided a transmission projects update. Art and Mick discussed 3 items on the May operations look ahead. And with no further business to discuss, the Operations Committee meeting adjourned at 9:15.
Thank you, Director Mogul. Is there anything for the good of the order?